do it. No problem.
No problem? Ok. Thank you. Beatriz, por favor, tu podes gravar então?
Sim.
Muito
Yes,
obrigada.
I'm already recording.
Gravando.
Yeah. Dr. Best allow them to record it.
Surely, most welcome.
And this,
Most welcome.
yes. So we have educational objects, and we are making a kind of a repository.
Sure.
Thank you.
It will be useful.
So, okay, I think the Dr. Rajiv Jamaluddin from Malaysia, he has already joined. Dr. Rajiv.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Dr.
thank
Rajiv,
you.
just joined.
Yes, thank you
Yes.
for inviting me.
Okay.
How are you doing,
We are
everyone?
grateful that
Nice
you
meeting all of
joined.
you.
Okay. So, and we are just waiting for Dr. Gina. Then within a minute, I think Dr. Tain will join us, and we will start the proceeding. So, as the program already we have shared, so we should start. I think it is. I would like to ask Dr. Professor Arsoloni, please welcome the distinguished speakers, participants, and distinguished guests. Okay,
Good
Dr. Rai
morning.
Gomes has joined.
Good evening, everybody. I represent in this action our magnificent director, Professor Giovanni Brerin, and on behalf of him and in my own name, I actuate in international affairs at Univale, at Unifavest, and using Centro Universitário Favest. We used to say Favest University Center, Unifavest. And on behalf of the rector and in my own name, I would like to welcome everybody. This is a special moment for us. We are talking about spiritualism to all the world, in fact. As we talked to Dr. Pankaj in a previous talk, the sun is shining in every place we are talking. We are asleep, and we are happy, and we are human beings that are building something. We are in a special moment, a very special moment. Some of us are in isolamento social, close in our houses. We are in home office, and us is still suffering with pandemic effects. We are not in what we call a new normal. What we need is a new world, a world of fraternity and hospitality. We have to advance in a special order. We have to advance in a new situation. We need fraternity. We need hospitality. And education is the way to that. Formal or informal education. It is the way to a new world. We need education. We need a new shape of professionals, and we need a new shape of human beings. People that respond and are responsible for fraternity and what is more important for the human being, for the sapiens, that is love. We need love in surrounding, sharing our relations. So, this meeting this morning is a very important moment to us. A place where the sun is shining everywhere is a new way to start. Me particular, I am learning too much with you, especially with Dr. Pankaj. We are talking about issues that are not proper thought on my day. Contemporary, and we need to do that. We need to talk about spirituality because it is everywhere. It is quantic. I welcome everybody to this not seminar but webinar where we talk about spiritualism, quality of life, comfortable life, plenty life, and enterprises, companies are not more than people, human capital, and that's what we need. We need capital, human capital, talking about these new values in this new world, feeling and sharing, spreading love. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you. Very
you.
good idea.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Professor
everyone.
Arceloni. So,
Thank you very much.
yes. So, as the Dr. Arceloni has already welcomed to each and every distinguished guest and the speaker of this program, as well as the participants. So, we have all the details about the speakers because we have already shared in the information brochure all the details that is concerned with the topic and the theme. Everything we have already shared, so there is no need to reproduce here. So now I think I invite Professor B.S. Bist, the president of FAI, to initiate the proceeding with as a inaugural speech. I can say time limitations we have, the features. So please, Dr. B.S. Bist, sir, he is the president of FAI and the former vice chancellor of Pantnagar Agriculture University, and had been the director of Birla Institute of Applied Sciences, Bhimtal, a very well-renowned personality in the field of agriculture science in India. So I welcome Professor B.S. Bist to start the proceeding as a first one to inaugurate the function and deliver the inaugural speech.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. Am I audible, please?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the participants, all the experts, the management of this particular webinar from different parts of the world. The international seminar title is Power of Spirituality in the Quality of Life and Perpetuity of Business. Very interesting indeed. A different seminar and different webinar than the technical seminars and webinars we had in past. It is being jointly organized by UNIFAC West, University Center, Brazil, and we have Yuvan Rathchantani, Business School, Thailand, and Pater Academy of India. The agencies, organizations jointly organizing this particular webinar. India, Brazil, and Greater Mekong, different countries. Hello, am I
Yes,
audible,
sir.
please?
Continue.
Thank you.
Yes. Please go ahead.
May I request
India,
the participant please mute the mic?
India, Brazil, and the countries of Greater Mekong sub-region, all of us are participating in this, and I consider this webinar as very important for developing future cooperation in science, technology, and other sciences, other aspects between these countries. And thank you very much, all of you. I have special thanks for Archiloni Nausa, Volpato. Special thanks for Professor Pankaj Srivastava, the Secretary General, Professor P.K. Srivastava, the past President, Major General M.P. Singh, Vice President, Professor Giovanni Boering, Dr. Rangia Swami Momado, Dr. B. Lucia Salvador, Dr. Serum Jincoxon, Dr. Roy Gomes, Dr. Tan, who has joined us recently, Dr. Raghu Raman, Dr. Seyram, and all other experts, and then all the participants. I welcome them all. Our friends, for last thousands of years, human beings have been talking about spirituality, morality, religion, universe, supernatural powers, moksha, dhyana, that is concentration, and all these have been debated in great lengths, and then people have derived their own meanings out of different definitions and experiences. We have several examples of saints and then religious
Personality
leaders
Vice Chancellor,
and then
former Vice Chancellor,
scientists
Pannada
in
University.
past. Friends, spirituality for common man, as far as it is understood today, it is basically personification of religious leaders and saints. They possess supernatural powers. They have feelings of universal brotherhood. They live for others. They are promoters of peace, harmony, and they teach us as to how to lead a good life. Our learned speakers will be delivering their presentations on different aspects of spirituality today. We are thankful to them. We welcome them. However, there will be still many questions, and there are many questions which a common man is having in his mind, including myself. Is spirituality connected to religion? Is it derived out of religion, or it is helping the religion, or what it is? Is spirituality a sainthood quality of saints? Is spirituality beyond present day science? Can we understand it with the principles of physics, chemistry, mathematics, or we cannot? It is beyond that, still to be explained and modeled. Is spirituality above human life? Is it contained in human life, or it is much beyond that? Is spirituality coming from birth, that is hereditary character, or it is acquired characteristic or acquired enlightenment? Can spirituality be taught in schools and acquired? Is it possible? If yes, we will like to do that. But the pedagogy and then system has to be developed for that. Can spirituality be helpful in improving the quality of life of our people? I invite our learned speakers to delve on various aspects of spirituality based on their experiences and based on their studies, their interactions with various learned people. I'm sure that this particular international webinar is going to be of great help to us, all of us, in better understanding of spirituality and better understanding of the related aspects which are associated with spirituality. I welcome you all once again, and I will request the speakers to share their experiences in due course of time. Dr. Pankaj will like to conduct the meeting. So welcome to all of you. We all will be working for betterment of the quality of human beings on the earth, which is our mother earth. Thank you all.
Thanks,
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. President. Now it is the turn of Brazil. On behalf of the Rector, Uni FAC West, I request Professor Arsoloni to represent the institution and say a few words.
Well, I'm here again in this situation representing my magnificent rector, Professor Giovanni Brerin, and I would thank Dr.
Srivastava, Pankaj.
I would thank you to the Bishit, that is the president of the Theatre Academy of India.
Yes.
I would like to thank Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, and in the name of them, I would like to say good morning, good evening to everybody. I would like to welcome everybody and express that to Unifavest. Favesti University Center is an honor and a satisfaction for us. It is the first time we are dealing with so many countries in just one event, and it is history for us. It is a historical day, and we are very happy with that. It is not anything more than people working together, people sharing hands. And we would like to thank technology. That is the medium we can get that. Technology is very, very important. And it permits us to start this situation in the largeness we are involved in this webinar. It is not a small event. It is a very big event. Look, pay attention to the number of people, qualified people that are talking today. Pay attention to the countries that are involved in this event. Pay attention to the important talk theme we are doing today in this event. It is really a historical day, not just to Unifavest, but we could say proudly, it's an event that joins the left and the right, the Oriental and the Occidental world. It is a begin and a continuation of a start for us. And I appreciate too much that Unifavest is involved in this historical day and is part of this historical day. So we are at the Unifavest, we have professors and we have students here. And we have everybody here. A nice day, nice work, and a nice journey for everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. And in the name of my magnificent rector, in the name of FAI, we appreciate too much the invitation and promote this event. It is one thing in life that values. It is important. It is different. And for us in the Occident, it is a way to pay attention to the issues that are really part of our day, but they are not discussed, thought as the importance it has. Nice work for everybody. A pleasure to Unifavest, pay attention, participating in this situation as a promotion. And we had an agreement. This is not a unique event for sure. We will have much more events like that in the spread of the discussion. And I think that we could talk in this way now. Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Pankaj will talk to everybody, maybe head talk, that we are organize a book from this event.
Yes.
Yes? So
Yes.
Dr. Pankaj will send you the details next Monday, I suppose, next week.
Okay.
We need time to do that because it is really very important. We have to register that. Thank you very much. We are
Thank you.
very happy. We are very proud. It is an honor to us to make part of that. Once more, thank you, especially you, Dr. Pankaj, that is linking our institutions. And Dr. Bishit, thank you for the opportunity we have in being part of that. Thank you. Nice work to everybody.
Thank you, Professor Arstoloni, and thanks for your kind words, whatever you quoted about me. And here I have seen that Dr. Gina from Philippines has joined. Dr. Komtas and Dr. Gina, all of you are welcome. I've seen that you have joined the program. So Razif is already present here. So now because it is a turn of the Ubon Ratchathani Business School, and the Dean, Dr. Rangaya Sami Bundao, I request Dr. Sairung, please come on the screen. Dr. Sairung. Dr. Sairung.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, please
Good evening,
show you.
everyone.
Yes. Please say a few words about this program, because you are representing your institution on behalf of the Dean.
Yes, on behalf of the Dean, is such another great opportunity for me to meet with you guys again. This is the second chance for UBS to join the webinar. So since we have been working for Ubon Ratchathani University, so may I take advantage of this time to talk about our prestige university. Ubon Ratchathani Universities, or UBU, is founded in 1987 with the aim to provide educational opportunities for students from all provinces, and especially for those provinces in northeastern parts of Thailand. So the university supports and encourages research that benefits the local, internationals, and both nations and international communities, and promotes activities that preserve the cultural identities of the area. So we are working under the visions of being a leading university in improving the quality of life, with the four main missions to promote capable, ethical, and self-sufficient graduates of an international standards. We conduct research and encourage innovation beneficial to the community, and we serve people in the local community, especially the southern part of Northeast Thailand and the Mekong sub-region. And lastly, we conserve and promote local and regional arts and culture. That's the four main missions of Ubon Ratchathani University. Today, I and my speaker, so we are from Ubon Ratchathani Business School, UBS. On behalf of the Dean, I would like to thank all of you for this great opportunity to share and learn together about the power of spirituality in the quality of life. and the business in collaboration with the prestige university in Brazil and India. UBS, so we are working under the philosophy to provide knowledge and wisdom for both locals and international community based on sufficiency economy. And today, as I said, Dr. Kompat, so he is an academics person and also the content for businesses. And his expertise is international marketing and digital marketing, and international business.
Okay.
So he will deliver the speech, which is very interesting, I believe. So he will spend time with us on the topic of destination competitiveness in Thailand in tourism context.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Komtat from Ubon Ratchathani University. Dr. Komtat, are
Dr.
you
Sai
here? Yes.
Yeah.
Evening.
Yeah.
Is
Dr. Sairon.
Yes.
Dr. Sairon. Yes,
Yes,
you
sir.
just finished on behalf of the Dean. So I will invite you later on to invite Dr. Kompas to deliver the talk. As per the program
Yes.
schedule I have shared with you. So you just
Yes.
represented the Dean, Dr. Rangaswamy Bonadao. So we are very grateful the kind words that you shared with us on behalf of the Dean. So now it is the turn to introduce our organizing secretaries, those who are working day and night. So may I request to introduce the Dr. Arceloni? May I get a permission from yours to introduce these three guys? One is Dr. B3s, very energetic, dynamic. Where is Dr. B3s? Please come forward.
Okay.
Dr.
Nice to meet
B3s.
you, Dr. Beatrice.
Okay. And the next one is Dr. Sairong.
Good morning,
another
everybody.
organizing secretary. Okay, Dr. B3s is here. She is very active,
It's a
dynamic
pleasure.
to organize the program on behalf of the Unit Pack Fest. Dr. Sairong from Ubon Ratchathani Business School, representing the Thailand and Greater Mekong domain. And Dr. Rai Gomes, where are you? Dr. Rai Gomes from India. The three organizing secretaries, those who are working together and to provide a suitable platform so that this event may be successfully finished. So I'm grateful to these three fellows. Once again, give a big hand to these three key figures, Dr. B3s, Dr. Sairong, and Dr. Rai Gomes. I think just to give a big hand to these guys, those who are working. Yes.
Thank you
So
so much.
now,
Appreciate that.
yes, now I request to begin the lecture series, and the first speaker is Dr. MP Singh. He is a retired Major General from Indian Army. He did his PhD from the National Institute of Technology, Allahabad, in the field of spiritual intelligence. He had finished his bachelor's and master's degree in engineering. Despite his busy schedule in the Indian Army, he has a keen interest in the field of academics, and he did the academic part very well, have a keen interest in the spiritual intelligence related issues. So I thought that he will be the right person to deliver the first talk. He is one of the experts. And may I request Dr. C.C. Tan to chair the session of Dr. MP Singh, sir. And the time schedule is 20 minutes because we are covering from extreme east, from Philippines to Brazil. So 20 to 25 minutes maximum, sir. So with the permission of the chair, Ms. Dr. Arceloni, so we, on behalf of this entire group, the organizing committee, I requesting Dr. MP Singh, sir, and Dr. C.C. Tan to chair the session. And
Thank
Dr.
you.
Rai Gong, please do the needful for the reporters. Okay, sir. Please, Dr. Tan, take the chair.
Thank you, Professor Pankaj, and thank you, everyone. And let's welcome Professor MP Singh. It's a lot of knowledge to share with us from the spiritual perspective point of view and practices. And let's hear from Professor MP Singh. Professors, you can share your slide.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes.
I will be sharing my slides. Greetings to all of you. Today I'll be talking about stress-free long life through spirituality. Now today, most of us are stressful. Some people are having diseases, the disease bodies, and leading to premature death. God has organized our body to live for 100 years or plus. But unfortunately, it is not happening because of certain other reasons, stress and diseases and others. We will be talking about that, whereas our wish is to be relaxed, we want to be healthy, and we want to live a long life. And therefore, we want to move from the present state to the desired state, from the stressfulness to relaxed state, from disease to health, and from premature death to long life. And therefore, there is a requirement of a transformation. That transformation can come through certain techniques, which we are going to be talking about today. So I have taken the approach with a combination of science and spirituality. So I will be covering it in the following sequence. What is stress? Disease-free long life, spiritual support system, summary and conclusion in part 4. Coming to part 1, so what is stress? American Psychology Association Help Center, they have given the data that 75 to 90% of the visits to the doctor are for stress-related ailments. It's such a high figure. So we need to look at stress in more details. Stress is a specific response of the body to certain non-specific demands. Now, these demands could be physical, could be psychological, could be real, or could be threatened or perceived. No, stress actually has a multifactorial origin. It could be because of money. People could be under stress because of the work, job, business. People could be under stress for family relationship, etc. Maybe social issues, certain ego issues, environmental health, and certain comparative issues. The stresses that we face are external as well as internal. First, let's look at the external stresses. Stresses would mean what causes stress. It could be a toxic family member, a difficult neighbor, abrasive boss, maybe global warming, ecological issues, physical issues, psychological issues, economic, social changes, and what have you. So there are so many external stresses which possibly one cannot control or certain time can control to a certain extent. Also, a person develops stress because of certain internal stresses, and they could be the attitudes developed by himself, the belief systems that he's got, certain moral values, and interpretation of the situation. A person sitting in the jam may not very much or be stressful, whereas the other person might be absolutely stressed. So it all depends on how you interpret a particular situation and how you react to it. People could be emotionally down or people could be spiritually down. So it's all very individualistic and from inside. So as the mind perceives the environment, it begins to interpret. What interprets? The hypothalamus. Hypothalamus, moment it feels that there is a little stress or there is a little threat to the system, then it activates the HPA. Now, what is HPA? Hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis is activated. Now, this is what it is. This is hypothalamus, pituitary, and adrenal. So this axis is activated. So this activation of this axis would mean hypothalamus, when it activates pituitary, it activates the adrenal glands, which release adrenaline, and also adrenal glands release cortisol, which go into the bloodstream and cause havoc into the body. The cortisols, as they enter the body, they weaken the immune system. There could be heart disease issues. There could be high blood pressure. There could be anxiety, depression, and what have you. And also the digestive system could be affected. So far as adrenaline is concerned, it creates a fight or flight syndrome in a person. So when a person wants to run away from a stressful situation or a threat, then the energy which is there in the body is redistributed. And this redistribution of energy may cause diseases in the long run. Now, three things happen when the stress hormones or the adrenaline or the cortisol are released in the body. Firstly, one wants to run away. When you want to run away, you want the energy in the limbs here. And therefore, energy over here, which is used for other systems, is blocked. Blood vessels in the gut, therefore, are closed. And this energy rushes to the limbs, and the body comes into a protection mode, and it is no longer in the growth mode. So, the moment the stress hormones are released, we go into a shutting down mode of the growth. Second thing which happens to us is that the immune system shuts down. Immune system consumes a lot of energy, and moment immune system is shut, there are so many viruses, parasites inside the body already, which begin to surface, and the diseases take place. Thirdly, what happens to us is that the blood, which is in the front brain, rushes to the back of the brain because it is squeezed in the front, and this blood is pushed to the back, and therefore we come into a reflexive behavior, and we become less intelligent and begin to fight or react, behave in a very erratic manner. So three things which happen are: growth is stunted, then there is stress. Secondly, the immune system is shut down, and therefore the diseases. And thirdly, we become less intelligent or unintelligent, and therefore resort to reflex behavior. And this stress, if it is persisting for a long time, then it gives rise to a lot of diseases, could be the blood pressure, angina, heart attacks, palpitation, peptic ulcers, insomnia, depression, allergies, asthma, and what have you. So any number of diseases can appear, manifest in the system if we are under stress for a longer amount of time. So people take certain measures to beat the stress, to combat the stress, but generally it is at the outer level. What people normally do is they try to push the wall to begin with. That means they try to change the stressor by itself. They try to change this traffic condition, which doesn't happen. It is as good as pushing the wall, which does not really happen. So it is of no avail. Therefore, there was a very wise American theologian by the name Reynold Weber. He had written a prayer called the Serenity Prayer, which said, God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, and give me the courage to change the things I can. And also give me the wisdom to know the difference between the two, what I can change and what I cannot change. So the three important key words here: serenity, courage, and wisdom. Now, what people try to do, take certain measures on the outside to relieve stress or to beat stress to a certain degree. Exercises, maybe walks, light a candle, write down what is causing them stress, burning them out, and then listening to some soothing music, deep breathing from the belly, disconnecting from the technology for a while, especially before sleeping. Go to sleep for about 6 to 8 hours during the night, and experience the moment now. Reach out to the friends, share things, and laugh out aloud. Now, these are certain things. These things do help, but this is not a permanent solution. So basically, stress is an interaction between the stressors and the internal conditioning. How is inner engineering done? How we have improved ourselves from inside? How we have enhanced ourselves from inside? That is important, which we are going to look at later part of the presentation. So second concern of the human beings, besides the stress and removing the stress, is how we can live a long life. The longevity is the issue. Now, this work of mine is based on Bruce Lipton. Now, he's talked of cell containing nucleus, cell containing the protein, and there is a protein and the DNA here, and the genes, the DNA looks something like this. It's a double helix. And when you look at the DNA here, at the end of it, there is a yellow kind of thing shown over here, strand, and this is called telomere. Now I'm going to go to the lowest portion which affects our longevity. So telomere is something which is involved in our longevity. The telomeres, it's like a tip of the lace. Similarly, it is at the end of the DNA which doesn't allow it to unravel. It doesn't open. If it is there, then the DNA doesn't open. Moment the DNA opens, the genes are mutated and you fall sick and head towards death. Then second word I would like to use is, besides the telomere, is the telomerase enzyme. This is one enzyme which enhances telomere. We are going to look at it in more detail a little later. So what we need to remember is telomeres, which are the protective tips, and telomerase enzyme, which supports telomeres. Now, all of us normally believe that genes are something that control our lives, our longevity, and our diseases. But it is not really so. Not these days, because of certain studies which have been carried out. We have moved from genetics to epigenetics. Epigenetics is beyond the genetics. So it is not the genes which control the signal from the brain to the cells, but it is the perception which controls the signal from the brain to the cells which behave in a particular manner. So we have moved from genetics to epigenetics, looking at it in greater details. Now, if you see the perception, when I'm talking of perception, every person has a different perception of a particular situation. Now, for instance, a person sitting over here might see something circular. Person sitting this side might see something like a square, but actually it is a cylinder. So it is something else, but interpreted and perceived in a different manner as we look at things differently. People who are going to look at this black portion are going to see a face. The people who will observe this white portion are going to look at a face. So this is how the perception varies from person to person, where your focus is, where your attention is, how you interpret the situations. Similarly, if you see over here, some people in the black may read it as good, and some people in the white may read it as evil. This is evil. So there is a difference how we perceive things. Now our brain, with its five senses, picks up the environment. Our brain and mind are connected and they keep interacting, and they interpret and they perceive things differently. Now, if you see this rope and perceive it to be a snake, then obviously our brain is going to release a different set of chemicals. And therefore, perception is very important of a particular situation. Our thoughts become translated into chemistry. We're going to see in more details now. When we are in a state of love, affection, happiness, there is a time our brain releases chemicals like dopamine, oxytocin, vasopressin, and growth hormone, which are healthy for the body. Contrarily, when we experience fear or perceive fear or stress, our brain releases cortisol, norepinephrine, cytokines, histamines, which are detrimental to health. So it exactly depends as to how we perceive things, whether we are going to release these chemicals, or we are going to release these chemicals into our system. So our beliefs control our behavior and genes. It is not the genes which is controlling us, but it is actually our beliefs, our perception, which control our behavior, and also the genes. They can even change the diseases today. So we are not the victim of genes. We are responsible for our own health. If somebody tells you you're going to fall sick, you will. And if somebody tells you you will be okay, you will be fine. Because it is the central voice, the mind, which commands the cells to die or cells to live. The placebo effect, we all know, if we believe that this medicine is going to work for me, it will. And contrarily, if we believe that this medicine is not going to work for me, it will not, and we will not be fine. So thoughts, what Buddha said thousands of years ago, that we are what we think. What are the causes of disease? So as I was bringing out, from the brain, certain signals are released. So it is the signal and the protein in the cell which is responsible for creating a disease or create no disease. So more than 90% of the diseases are caused because of the signal, and only less than 1% of the diseases are caused because of the flawed protein. So how the signal is distorted. Firstly, it could be distorted because of the trauma. If there is an accident, signal from the brain will not reach the cells in It will not give the correct information of the cell to the cells, and therefore the disease may occur. Second is the toxins that we consume. This may also impair the signal which is coming from brain to the cell. Thirdly, the signal also is impaired by the thoughts. Inappropriate signal leads to inappropriate behavior and the disease. So there are three things: the trauma, the toxins, or the thought. Now, this signal, when it comes into the system, and the protein is only less than 1% of the part which is required, which is responsible for disease. So it is mainly these three things which are responsible for disease. Call it stress, call it thoughts, and therefore the disease occurs mainly because of this. And impairment could be the physical, the chemical, or the emotional, thought level or the emotional level. So the thoughts of the stress change our chemistry in the body, and the change of chemistry leads to change in the biology in our body, and that leads to disease or no disease, and therefore premature death or longevity. So we are coming back to the same two words, telomeres and telomerase. Now what happens? Our cells keep changing, our body keeps growing, and the division keeps taking place. Now, when the division takes place of the cells, the DNA is copied. If the DNA is copied, it is not copied fully. If you see the green elements over here, the green bars over here, if there are 8 of them, you will find that the 2 bars at the end are not copied. That means every time the cells are divided, DNA is copied, and in copying this DNA, some part of the telomere is not copied fully. Therefore, with every cell division, with every copying of DNA, the telomere length is reduced. So after a certain number of such divisions, the telomere becomes shortened, and therefore it leads to interference with the genetic code, therefore altering the expression of the organism. But there was a scientist by the name Blackburn. He identified telomerase as an enzyme, which is said is responsible to grow or extend telomere despite several divisions. Now, there are certain things which inhibit this enzyme, and there are certain things which activate this enzyme. So let's look at this one now. We'll look at it in the context of the whole body or the integrated body system, because we are a system of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual aspects. And we should understand we are not only the body, but we are also the soul. And we have the physical body and we have the energy body. In the energy body, there are nadis, there are 72,000 nadis, and they carry energy, subtle energy into the system. And this aura, the energy body, is dynamic. It keeps on changing with your health, with your thoughts, with your emotions, and with the situation outside and the inner conditioning of the body and the system. So this is the total body, this is the physical, and this is the total energy body. So there are endocrine glands in the system which are greatly related to certain other aspects which I'm going to relate to later. And there's a parathyroid, there's the pancreas, thymus, adrenal glands, gonads. These are certain endocrine glands which are in the body. And this now here you see is the aura. Aura is the energy body which I was mentioning, and it is scintillating, it keeps vibrating at different frequencies of different colors. Our auras intermingle with other people. If the aura is weak, it will be affected. If the aura is strong, the other person will be affected. Now here the energy can be transferred. The negative energy of one person over here can be transferred to this person who had a healthy aura as he joined the conversation. So now the important thing over here is chakras. There are 7 chakras in the human body, and these chakras are also responsible for our health which is contained in the energy body. Now there is a mutual effect of the aura, the chakras, and the body. Body affects the aura, aura affects the chakra, or other way around, the body affects the chakra, chakra affects the aura. There is a cyclic effect. So if virtuous flow is when there is positivity in our mind, in our action, in our thoughts, then the aura is enhanced. Aura is bigger. It could be running into 8 to 10 feet in the normal sense, and it could be in miles if it is too good, like the certain saints or the masters. And this high energy flows and it strengthens the chakras, and the body is healthy. Contrarily, if it is a vicious energy circle flowing with the negativity, the aura depletes. When the aura depletes, energy flow is constricted. When the energy flow is constricted, chakras become unhealthy. And when the chakras become unhealthy, the body becomes unhealthy, manifest disease. So We'll also be repeating this portion here to reconnect. Having a long and disease-free life largely depends on thoughts, beliefs, and the perception. As we can see over here. Here, positivity or negativity affect our health and the longevity. Therefore, there is, if we want to improve our thoughts, beliefs, and perception, there is a need to take spiritual support system. And that spiritual support system, when we talk of thoughts, how to improve it, will depend on information which we get from the television, from the people, from friends, from books, and also the past experience and the belief system. So all these three things put together, they emanate the thoughts for us, and thoughts are affecting our aura and our body system and our health. Right. So therefore, there is a need to edit our thoughts every now and then, and we can edit by knowing as to how we are feeling. If we're feeling good, our thoughts are okay. If you're not feeling bright, we're not feeling good, that means the thoughts are not okay. So if we need to change, we need to change at the highest level, that is at the level of the spirituality. And there is a IQ. Normally people try to change at the level of IQ and the PQ level, which doesn't really happen. And therefore, we need to change at the highest level. So that would mean the thoughts, beliefs, attitudes, perceptions, and balanced view of life and understanding of life. So there's a requirement of shifting our consciousness from the body consciousness to the soul consciousness. When we are in the body consciousness, we are governed by five vices: lust, anger, greed, ego, and attachment. But when we move to the soul consciousness over a period of time, we begin to manifest the seven divine qualities, that is peace, purity, power, love, bliss, happiness, and knowledge. So activation of telomerase, how it happens. Now, this is our healthy aura, and this is unhealthy aura because of negative thoughts, criticizing other people, or talking ill of other people, or because of certain things. So we got to have this kind of aura to be healthy, for our chakras to be healthy, for our body to be healthy. Now, this is how we need to move about with positivity. For that, we need to indulge in certain things like meditation, silence. If we cannot meditate, if we cannot pray, at least we can go in for silence. Silence would mean where we are not taking in inputs from the outside. We are shutting down the input from the outside, from the television, from the radio, from the books, from talking to people, and all that. So there'll be greater connectivity with the Almighty. We can also adopt certain techniques like Reiki, which enhance our consciousness, our aura, and therefore also can get into a thing like make a to-do list instead of that to make a be list. We would like to live in purity, like to live with love, with happiness, with peace, with power, and the bliss. When a person lives in purity, it would be in purity of thoughts, purity of emotion, purity of action, purity of speech. That means no malice. When we are living with that, that means we live in love. And when we are combining the two, purity and the love, we live in happiness, and so on. The chain goes on. When we talk of love, it would really mean the 8 elements which are involved in this, which is patience, kindness, humility, respectfulness, selflessness, forgiveness, honesty, and commitment. Now, these are the elements which we are talking about the love part. So these are certain important things which we can do. Certain silence maintained in the morning, or meditation, affirmations, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribe. We call it savers. SAVERS. Savers is the acronym one can remember. So we have to adopt the spiritual lifestyle instead of gaining the spiritual knowledge, meditation, dhyana, and taking those virtues and bringing them in life, putting them in life, manifesting them in life. So there are certain, if we cannot do any of these things, we can't do meditation, we can't do prayers, we can't be in silence, we can't do anything, any technique, then at least we can adopt practical spirituality, which would mean forgiveness. Forgiveness, you can only forgive people if you love people. If you can forgive your son, you forgive your son because you love him. So if you love other people, you can forgive them also. Seek forgiveness from the world as well, from other people as well. Bless people. As you get more blessings, your aura is enhanced. Gratitude, more you live in gratitude, more you get in life, and greater is your aura. Non-judgment, talking about other people, we are only seeing what's happening, we are not seeing why it is happening. Each person is on a different journey. He might be having his own problem, but we are busy judging other people and narrowing our aura and chakra and health. Communion with nature to appreciate the beauty of God. And we must show love to all human beings, to all living things, because we are from the same source. Now there is a wave here, wave here, wave here, wave number one, wave number two, three, four, five. They do not know that they form part of the same source, but they all think they are individual waves. Actually, not so. So we ought to be belonging to each other because we are from the same source, and therefore showing love and respect to all the people around, and deal with people not on role basis but on soul to soul basis. Connectivity has to be at the soul to soul level. Praying for others. If you pray for others, there is no need to pray for yourself. Giving is receiving, is the nature, universe gives you what you give out. And now these were the things, 9 things which are spoken of. These are the things which enhance the telomerase and enzyme, and telomerase enzyme supports telomere, and telomere is extended, and therefore your life is extended. Contrarily, there are certain things which inhibit the telomerase, therefore it is not able to support the telomere. And once it is not able to support telomere, that is the time when our telomeres don't get extended and they diminish, and therefore head towards the death and the disease. A vicious circle here you seen again. So anger is one thing which diminishes aura, and it inhibits telomerase. Worry, dishonesty to self, others, dishonesty to work, responsibility, and dealing with other people. Dot syndrome, looking at the negative things of other people, criticize other people. Moment you criticize a person, the thought comes to you, you must immediately think of 3 good qualities of the person, and over a period of time, your mind will reprogram itself not to look at any criticism. No complaining. Think of 3 good things God has given you instead of 1 good thing for complaining. Blaming others, instead of that, take self-responsibility and not blame her or him or anybody else for that matter. So having a long life and disease-free life largely depends on belief system. We have understood that. So summarizing is, positive thoughts lead to positive chemistry. Positive chemistry leads to positive biological health, and telomerase is activated, and therefore it gives you a long life because telomeres. And other way around, if you have negative thoughts, negative blood chemistry, and therefore biological problems, the disease, telomerase base is inhibited and death. So we are not the victims of heredity. Thoughts influence our genetics. We can change our genetics, and health is in our control. And thoughts, perceptions, attitudes, belief systems, and they control our stress, and stress causes disease. So if stress is removed, chemistry is altered, which supports telomerase enzyme, and therefore we have long and healthy life. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. MP Singh, sir. Dr. Tail.
Thank you, Professor MP Singh. Yes, I just want to capture what Professor MP Singh has talked about, has shared with us. We are really at the juncture living with more and more signals, both physical signals and digital signals. So, and those signals are very unorganized most of the time, and because people can easily share the class in Facebook and Twitters, so we create a lot of hatred and things like that. So the spirituality efforts and the comprehensive knowledge come into it, shared by Professors MP Singh's really come into a good usefulness for all of us. What is very important from Professor MP Singh, which I picked up, is the signals plus protein, which affects the level of our healthiness. And we know that we can control our signals, because most of the signals that come into that we encounter eventually influences by our perception. So it is our perceptions and interpretations that make a difference with the signals. We are the one that interpret the signals. We perceive the signals. So if we want to deal with those signals, the best way is to develop a spiritual effort so that we can purify our mind, and so that we can change our mindset and change our views, change our thinking. And so therefore all these signals will become very positive signals. All the signals will become knowledge. So whichever signals come into our mind, whether it's positive or negative, it just becomes an object for us to gain wisdom. So Professors MP Singh share with us that those stresses, if we deal with them well, they will turn into wisdom. They will purify our consciousness. Our consciousness will shift from body reactions of those signals to soul understanding. So we will enlighten and deliver our mind to be not constrained by the signals. So once again, thank you, Professor MP Singh, for a very, very comprehensive and very, very important the spiritual knowledge. Thank you, Professor.
Thanks, Professor Tan, and thanks, Dr. MP Singh, for their marvelous contribution. It is the beginning of this event that we have designed on the basis of the spirituality. So now the two gentlemen, the two persons, Dr. Gina is visible here, and Dr. Muhammad Rajiv Jamaluddin is here. Dr. Muhammad Rajiv Jamaluddin is from Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management, University Technology, Malaysia, and the chairperson will be Dr. Gina B from the University of Santo Tomas, Legazpi, Philippines. So give me a minute, Dr. Rajiv and Dr. Gina, because one fellow from Europe, Dr. Tatiana Zyber, is present here. So I would like to invite her for a minute to share her views about the spirituality, about the feelings, whatever they have in their own country and in the university. For a minute, I'm inviting Dr. Tatiana Zyber. She is from the Kyiv University of Economics, Ukraine. She is representing Europe. So in the meantime, both of you getting ready. I'm inviting for a minute only. I think all of you will permit me. Okay, Dr. Tatiana Zyber.
Thank you, Professor Shrivastava. I'm very pleased to join this meeting today. I'm very pleased and very happy to be a part of a member of Father Academy of India and has such wonderful possibilities to visit because of COVID pandemic, but its distant events are very, very inspiration for today. And we in our university and our country are a bit more materialistic. So today's topic, it's very interesting for me. And previous speech, I get a very more knowledge, in economics, and we now had an actual topics like economics should be economy because of climate change, because of social instability, because of lack of resources, so on. And the spirituality of economics, the spirituality of individuals now should be divided, should be summarized, divided and summarized at one time, I think so, and so on. I have a very many positive thoughts about have many very positive thoughts and ideas within this meeting. So I'm full of happiness and I'm full of thanks for you all, and I'm very glad to meet so many professors at one time. Thank you.
Across the world, all the professors from the different time domain, each and everyone is here. So thank you, Dr. Tatiana Zyber.
Thank you.
And Dr. Tatiana Zyber is the Executive Council member of FAI Academy of India. She is always supportive. She is always ready to support and provide the invaluable inputs to organize the events. And so now I invite Dr. Gina to take the chair as a chairperson. And the responsibility of the chairperson is to introduce our distinguished speaker, Dr. Muhammad Rajiv Jamaluddin. So Dr. Gina, please come.
Yes, Dr. Pankaj. Good morning to people from Brazil, to the western part of the world, and good afternoon in India, and good evening to people, to our friends in Malaysia and Philippines. For now, our next speaker, resource speaker, is a graduate of PhD in Hospitality Management at the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. International speaker in the field of tourism, events, and consumer behavior, and other topics in the tourism and hospitality. An adjunct faculty and board of studies of the Alagappa University in India, a visiting professor and a faculty of management at the PCOM's International University College, Malaysia, an internal advisor and external reviewer of curriculum development in higher education in Malaysia, and then consultant of many different projects of industry and Malaysia, and the former deputy dean on research and in industry linkages, and now currently the a senior member of the Faculty of Hotel and Tourism Management of the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, our friends in any parts of the world, I would like to present to you to talk about wellness and interaction to the spirituality in the tourism industry, Dr. Muhammad Razif Hamaluddin. Thanks so much. Dr. Razif, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gina, for a very nice presentation. Let me share my screen. Am I audible to all of you today? And
Yes,
first of
yes.
all, I'd like to thank Unifavex and Tata Academy of India, as well as Upon, Japanese Business School, Thailand, for reminding me to this, I think, a very fruitful event. And today I'd like to talk on the spirituality, wellness, and tourism. I'd like to bring you a new perspective, maybe a different perspective on how you interpret this wellness and tourism, as well as connect it to spirituality. And let us go to the next one. Okay, okay. Now I'd like to talk on these 2 years where I see this define me about this current scenario. And this one is not so. It's all based on the research grant that I received in 2019. And I have several moments that I would like to also share with you, where I was appointed as the adjunct faculty in the Alagappa University. And after my visit, I had 2 visits last year to southern India, and then also meet one key person. He is naturally in Langkawi. And then COVID-19, where it defined my reflective skills, good thought, and meaning of the own perspective, as well as spirituality, where this one, when we talk about spirituality, it brings a broader meaning in life, where we have self-transcendence and equal relationship for human to human, as well as human to nature. And next, I also have a several collaboration with several members in the conversation that we want to collaborate in industry tourism, as well as my new role in the Institute of Business. So I would like to you know, to summarize all of this in this presentation. So let's go to this. My country here in Malaysia, Malaysia is not really a big country, it's a small country in the Southeast Asia, so we have a population of 32 million. I think maybe 110 or maybe I think 120 or 130 from the size of India. And so I like to scale down the talk to this Langkawi is one of the center for my research study. And so this Langkawi is one of the tourism spot, one of the popular tourism spots for the domestic tourists. So this one we have 3 important characteristics that attach to this Langkawi. Is one, we have the tallest cable car in maybe Southeast Asia, as well as the highest suspension bridge in this forest area, as well as one of the oldest Joe Forest Park in the world. Okay, and the project of this, we started off as a branding luxury destination image Langkawi, where we received our members. Our team received about just $15,000 from Ministry of Education. So we like to have the feasibility study as a source of differentiations because we can't compete with Bali and Phuket because they are in the different market segment. So they attract different market, they attract different people there. And the greenest, because Langkawi is one of the greenest island, one of the oldest island in the world that the age of more than 100 million years. And also the island, even though it is small, even though it is away from the city center, but somehow it's still hosting several international hotel brands like Sandwiches, Ritz-Carlton, as well as the island also hosts several international events like Langkawi International Maritime and Aerospace Exhibition, as well as one of the popular decathlon event in Ironman. And also, the next part I'd like to share with you about this Rameswaram. This is one of the interesting as here. So if you can see here from the photo, so this one, this is my photo that when I visited this place. And also this place is unique, where you can see this the small bridge here connecting two islands. So this one is a small island, but this hosts a sacred place. So one of the holy land there in southern India. I think people in India knows more than this than me. But I would like to share you several experiences that I had when I contacted with people in this place, and I visited this place last year, and also this one. So my perception of the spirituality and wellness changed when I met this naturalist. So this naturalist, he featured in this BBC World News, I think 2 times last year. And one of the interesting about him is he featured in this. I guess this one is the promotional video of Langkawi, so the island that I would like to share with you. So this is him. So he promotes Langkawi. So I have to go through. It's a very green area here in Malaysia and in the world. Mangroves, the animal. It's a very fresh. If you want to have a good reflection as well as spiritually experience, can go to this place. But the most important thing here is that he featured in this video is made by Qatar Airways. So you see Qatar Airways used him for the promotional video when they launched their direct flight from Doha to India. So I met him last year. So we talked about this feasibility project, so about the wellness and spa interaction with natural environment, because he is a naturalist. He's one of the prominent naturalists in the world, and he talked to when we talked about so these 3 ladies are my students, my undergraduate and postgraduate students. So we discussed about how can we do research in this wellness and spa interaction with natural environment, and he said that so there's lots of opportunities in this area because of the prominent researcher happened to pass away last year because he has published a book with more than 200 natural healing formula. So now the industry is searching for a new leader in natural healing. So I think it's a good time for us when we can connect him and also to make him to become the next person maybe who can bring us to know more about this natural healing. Okay, when we discuss about this topic, so now we have 2 different, maybe we can just simply narrow down to these 2 way of life, the urban life as well as the people who live in the natural environment. Okay, so now when we are in the urban life, so we have to face congestion, so we live in a very fast life, and then it's one all the pollution that happened in this urban in the city, and let's look at it. So how can we change that? How can we bring them, the people that live in the city, urbanite, to this natural environment where they can have the wellness and spiritual interaction with natural environment? So why we have to say that? Because when we discuss about this idea, so we came up with this research proposition. So because if let's say we bring all the urbanite to this this natural environment setting, so can the stress level in urban life is higher than in the natural environment? We want to test that. And urbanites exposed to higher blood pressures. So we want to bring them. So this is the research proposition. So we want to test that. If you can bring this idea and you can get grants, so we like to do this. Because you know why we have come up with this research proposition? Because of many tourists, when they go to this setting, natural environment, they don't follow the right step to interact with nature. So they don't have the right time, they go at the wrong time, so they don't really follow the procedures, so they don't follow the rules, and they don't see the benefits of this interaction with natural environment. So, and because the reason is the lack of education and exposure to wellness and natural settings. So because they go there because of the see this place is popular, so they just want to go there for a while and see the place. That's it. So they go to the other places. So that's the purpose of tourism, where you want to visit and to witness yourself, but you don't see the benefit out of it. And so now we have more questions when we discuss about this spirituality and natural environment. So let us ask yourself these several questions. So how many of us get to set the target before holiday to the specific destinations? So how many of us really understand the rules of natural environment? How many of us really understand the animal kingdom? Have we read the educational materials before going to the natural environment? So there are tons of questions for reflections. So when we want to talk about the spirituality and natural environment. So there are several things that we need to, maybe we can change the perspective of this. Okay? We need to prepare mentally and physically in different settings away from the normal life. So when we go to this natural environment, so you need to understand the benefit of involving in certain activities. Like when you want to shower in the waterfall. So what is the right technique? What is the right time? So when you want to have a massage, so in this, when you want to have massage, so it's better for you to use the right oil, maybe the right setting, the right environment. So okay, and so do we really pay attention to the sound of animals in their kingdom? So because when we visit them, we visit especially to the jungle, to the forest areas. So sometimes we listen to the sound of these animals, but do we really know? So what does the sound represent? So Mr. Isha, just now the naturalist, shared lots of stories with me about this. So I think if we know about this, then we appreciate this natural environment better. And if we know why we go there, so that we know the amount that we are willing to pay for tourist guides or naturalists. Because when we go there, sometimes we just pay for the entrance fee, but we don't really want to educate ourselves. We don't really want to learn about this natural environment setting. Okay, so that's why it's not only open to the question, but also it's open to these new benefits. So it opens to the new market segment where we can offer this to the new people, to the new target segment, to the niche market, and also can create more jobs, and we can all have a structured development in the new areas in the untapped land, as well as we can also have this community-based tourism or community development and to protect the environment. So the most important thing, thoughtful consideration to all of us here today is to have this no. Sometimes we have yes, 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 but now let us say no to this overdevelopment as well as no to the over-tourism. And so this can bring to potential commercialization to, let's say we bring this idea to Langkawi. So you can also share this to your place later. And just now I mentioned to you, Qatar bring people from all over the world, from all parts of the world to Malaysia. So Langkawi is a small island, but in the future, not in the future, actually last year, but because of the COVID-19, then suddenly no foreign tourists are allowed to visit Langkawi. And now it can open to the niche markets. When you see what type of people would like to go to this natural environment, to this forest, to this green setting. It's the people from the Middle Eastern and Gulf countries where they don't really have forests or trees there, and also the developed countries where the stress level may be quite high, and maybe the countries that have too developed, so they can come over and see different settings. Okay, but somehow before we offer this to these people, to this niche market segment, so we have to come up with, we have to settle these domestic issues in terms of the transportations, regulated tourism industry. So we must have this private-public partnerships and to strategize the tourism segment as well as to develop the wellness tourism framework. So these are all untapped in this area, in this location. So we want to bring this. So we have been discussing this with the industry players, but somehow this is still in the discussion stage. But because of this COVID-19, then we would like to resume talk after everything has, going to the normal life. Okay, and one more interesting. So this one bring some sort of reflection to me when I visited them, because I met several, I encountered several people, several learned individuals there in Rameshwaram, and during, it's interesting to note that you can see here there are lots of boats there. They are not going to fish for more than a month. So why? Because the local government imposed 45 to 61 days fishing ban. So because the reason is to breeding of the sea creatures and also for the fishermen safety. because of the monsoon. And at the same time, the fishermen took advantage to repair a boat and pray to God to get right a rich catch after the ban is lifted. The government also support all of the fishermen with ex gratia of at least US dollar 50. So during that time, so these all fishermen every day whenever they see sun, they will always pray to the God that we hope that the fish will be more in the future so that we can have a rich catch. So it's interesting to know when everybody keep praying, then they have so far what I can see, what I've heard from them. So they have, improved life after that. So they really, they agree with this step. Okay? But somehow you can see the similarities. The fishing ban, fish breeding. But now this COVID-19, the earth is healing. So we have to balance between the overdevelopment, maybe because we in life, so we have something like a break, or maybe we can have sort of like doing a good activities, a prayer or spiritually activities for us to, the most important is to benefit these other creatures. So the other kingdom, in this case is the animal kingdom. Okay, so on top of that, it also can bring this inbound tourism. People, I think not many of us know about this. Even me myself, I haven't heard about this place before, and but they can offer this. So they have a rich history. There are lots of temples with 1,000 years age, and for these places, interesting places in Tiruchirappalli, Madurai, and Rameswaram. So because I think this place is quite untapped, so maybe the tourism ministry over there can plan something, and also they can also offer this religious tourism to learn on other religion and history. I also have the opportunities to go to the sacred temple and so to learn about this Hinduism, and it made me appreciate other people's beliefs, and also create job creation in transportation in other sub-tourism industry, and also to promote national heritage, because not so many people know about this place, especially the people, President Dr. APJ Kalam, and temples, and lots of local history. Okay, and before I end up, so travel is a need, travel is a way of life. Okay, now on one side, travel, this wellness and tourism can be a new business model. So we can have, even though nowadays we have a tourism industry, but with this wellness and spa tourism, maybe natural tourism, so it can complement to the existing product, where we can cater to the niche market. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is for the spirituality. So we want to have them to appreciate when they travel. So we want them to appreciate solely because of this, because of the spirituality, because of them to appreciate nature, for them to appreciate others. So to define oneself. So not only to improve yourself, but also to improve your relationship, not only with people, but also with the nature. So that's important, because this place, when you want to do this, it's not cheap. So I think it's quite expensive for you to embark in this. So I would say this is a very good industry. If let's say we can open this up, and it will be good for the country who reap this, who become the first mover. And we have to find the right formulation that can create a new market segment for this, a new market segment that can create demand and supply. So this one is, like I mentioned just now, is a high-end product. So we can blend of technology, people, and nature. So it'll be good to this place, to the small location. So I know it's an overdevelopment in the city center, but now we bring the idea, but not really over, but we try to make it as whatever necessary. So essential technology to this area, to this location, and also it could bring a better place for living. Okay? And the opportunities. And so far we have been discussing about this public-private partnership. Several industry players agreed to collaborate in this venture. So we have been sending grant. So we would like to have a spin-off grant application to untapped location, and also to maybe promote new tourism products. And what I see for this, I see this Unifaves, as well as the Father Academy of India, as well as Ubon Chantani. So you can have the center of excellence in spirituality. So because I think this is one of the untapped discipline. And I would say you guys have done a very good job in promoting this, and also to connect all of us here. And also I'd like to connect all of you with this Institute of Business Excellence. So this one is one of the latest venture. that we would like to, this Institute of Business Excellence is the Center of Excellence in Business and Management. So we emphasize on research, consultancy and service, training and business solution to private and public agencies. So we would like to have this collaboration with the people or with the participants in today's session. And so who knows, in the future we can promote matching grants. So maybe we can have international conference. So maybe we can have incubator projects. So we can adopt the whole ideas, not only in the university, but also we can identify one location in which is suitable for us to have this wellness spa tourism with spirituality. So I think this will I think benefit not only the university, but also the country. And for that, I think that's all from me. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Gina.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. And now Dr. Gina. Please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv. Thank you for a very comprehensive presentation in connecting tourism to wellness and spirituality by sharing your journey and experience as educator and researcher in connecting the spirituality and wellness to the tourism industry. You presented very well Langkawi as a destination for wellness and a lot more in Malaysia, I know. You have presented the spirituality of people that actually manifested in some naturalists, like that person you met in Langkawi. You emphasize wellness and spa interaction with the natural environment, that actually you emphasize that environment is really important in our wellness and spirituality. So you mentioned also the role of natural environment, and to go beyond with that, we have to look into the new market, job creation, structure development, community development, protection of environment, which is very much essential. But you suggested to have a settlement first of domestic travel, the infrastructure and the local transport. And of course, the best thing that I actually agree, for the balance of life, because travel is a way of life nowadays, and we have to look into the beauty of the natural environment for us to have such a venue for our wellness and for us to practice our spirituality. So thank you also for opening the collaboration between Brazil, India, and your university and Malaysia. And for this presentation, I would say, Dr. Rizif, indeed, over-tourism is not an issue anymore because of the pandemic, right? Okay,
Yeah.
so thank you so much for your great presentation, very engaging and very insightful presentation for this webinar.
Thank you, Dr. Gina.
Dr. Pankaj?
Here I can quote that Dr. Rajiv's talk has justified the theme of the conference, theme of this webinar, that is the power of spirituality in the quality of life and perpetuity of the business.
Yes.
Everything is being covered. So that's why thank you very much, Dr. Mohammad Rajiv. And now I invite to interchange the position of these two. Dr. Rajiv will now chair the session, and may I invite Dr. Gina. But I would like to request Dr. Rajiv, that morning you asked me, should we do the interchange job? So here I'm intervening, that I'm going to introduce on behalf of Dr. Rajiv, Dr. Gina, and then I will ask Dr. Rajiv to take the chair. Okay? Okay, Doctor, now the next talk is by Dr. Gina. She is from University of Santau. And a brief data of the Dr. Gina is, he is an assistant professor of Cadre 3 and a program chairperson of the tourism management. She is from the University of Santau Thomas Legapaji, Philippines. She is a membership ambassador of the Philippines Association of Researcher in Tourism and Hospitality. She is the board member of Union of Filipino Tourism Educators. She is a consultant of local government units and important private entities. She is a trainer to the Tourist Police, Bicol Region, Philippines. She is a distinguished member of the Regional Quality Assurance Team of Commission on Higher Education, Bicol Region, Philippines. And I studied tourism management from the Polytechnic of University of the Philippines, from the same place, which is Santa Misa, Manila, and she has finished a doctorate in the field of business management, there is business administration from the parent university. So this is a minor job that I have just shared from Dr. Rajiv, and now I invite Dr. Rajiv to proceed the phenomena, to take the lead and permit Dr. Dina to go ahead to deliver a talk. Dr. Rajiv, now take the chair.
Okay, thanks to Prof. Pankaj. I would like to now, actually, I also have the profile of Dr. Gina with me, but I think it's okay for me. You have read just now nicely. And for today, Dr. Gina will present about, we'll try to bring perspective to all of us about the new definition of faith tourism, as well as the updates so that she had with her interaction with the industry players, as well as the webinar that she has participated, and the motivation of the faith tourism, and as well as the benefits of this faith tourism to the tourism industry. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome Dr. Gina to this online platform.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rajiv. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. Before I proceed, I would like to thank first the Unifavest Central Brazil, the Ubon Ratchatan Business School, and the Father Academy of India for organizing this event and for inviting us in this international webinar entitled India, Brazil, and Greater Mekong Sub-Region International Webinar with the theme the power of spirituality and the equality of life and perpetuity of business. Okay, so most particularly with Professor Pankaj, thank you so much for inviting us here to be part of this webinar. And I'm very much happy to meet you all. Greetings from the Philippines, mabuhay. So I would like to share now my presentation. I will be presenting to you the faith tourism and spirituality. Yes. Okay. Okay, is my presentation visible now in your screen?
Yeah, it is coming. Yes, it is visible. Dr. Zina,
Okay,
it is
thank
visible.
you. Yes, thank you so much. I will be presenting to you faith tourism, okay, and spirituality. So for the agenda for today, we'll be discussing about what is faith tourism, and I will be presenting to you the development, some updates with regards to the faith tourism around the world. Okay. Sir, is my presentation still seen in your screen?
Please share it again.
I'm sorry for some glitches.
Okay, we are waiting, no problem. Just open the PPT file and click the
Yes,
share.
yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so
Yes, it
thank you for
appeared.
waiting. Yeah, thank
Yes.
you for waiting. So
Okay.
we'll be discussing now the development and then later the faith tourism and beyond. I have a problem, sir, with my presentation. Oh,
No,
can you
no
please?
problem. No problem. We are waiting. We are waiting for you.
That is technology.
Yes,
Yes.
that's technology.
And this COVID has forced us to learn the technology. Please share the slide and don't go for the slideshow. I think that is creating some trouble. Just share the slides and don't go for the
Sir,
slideshow.
I have actually a problem with looking into my file here. I think it's
Okay.
actually corrupted, and I don't
Okay.
know. Oh my God, what's happening in
No
here?
problem. No problem. No problem. So that's why we have selected the topic of spirituality, to have a patience, to have positivity, to be energetic. What Dr. MP Singh initially started.
Oh my God.
Okay, just you start with your
So
slide, whatever you have.
yes, I lost my presentation, sir. Oh my
Okay,
God,
so no
what's
problem.
happening
No
here?
problem. You may extempore, you can elaborate. Dr. Geena, you may
Yes, sir.
extempore, you can say. You can share your views on your own through the faith tourism, not necessarily to give a presentation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Don't be totally dependent on the slides. You have the
Yeah.
complete command on the faith tourism, so you can deliver. So deliver whatever you have through your own experience, through your own knowledge
Okay.
base.
So
Okay.
just to give you, I'll just present what I have experienced in my in faith tourism.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
so when we say faith tourism, this is all about traveling, a type of tourism, also known as religious tourism or spiritual tourism or sacred tourism. A type of tourism whereby people of faith travel individually or in groups for reasons related to religion and spirituality in their quest for meaning. Um, this could be in the form of pilgrimage or in a group to visit a destination like Mecca, like your Taj Mahal in India. For the Catholics, we have St. Peter's Square in Vatican City in Italy. We have also the Holy Land in Israel. Those are the sacred places for the Catholics like us. It can be a form of pilgrimage or it can be a form of just visiting a place just to witness um, the activities within the area and then just to have sightseeing with the different structures like the churches, images in that particular area. So nowadays, the Asia Pacific region is the core of religious travel as reported by UNWTO. And then it's about 54% of this religious travelers are from Europe and then Asia. Okay, so for me as an educator and as a Catholic, for you, my dear colleagues, it's very important for me to travel to sacred places for in my faith, in my own religion. Um, it is actually our dream for us as Catholics in the For your information, Philippines has 86% of the population of the Philippines are Catholic. So we are all dreaming to visit Vatican City and of course the Holy Land. So we are actually accumulating funds just to visit our sacred places like that. So those are the things that can be shared with such a person like me. Okay, but for the faith tourism around the world, in my presentation, which was lost, okay, it was I was supposedly presented there the different well-known or most visited places for religious travel. One of which is, of course, Taj Mahal in India, and then the St. Peter's Square, and then we have one in Nepal, okay, and then Mecca in Saudi Arabia. So actually, I presented that only 4 out of 10, just to shorten the presentation actually. But for me, it represented the four major religions around the world. So most of our us people are actually motivated to visit places like that because of our faith, our spirituality. But now, since we are, if we can connect it to tourism, um, faith tourism or traveling in religious travel with religious purpose, it's not only for religious purpose nowadays. We can actually associate it with business. We can associate it with uh, leisure. So not purely for just to visit that particular place for the religious purpose. So one of which in my presentation, that the religious conviction are is one of the motivation of a traveler in order to visit a destination. Next is heritage. Okay, the heritage of that particular country. Say, for example, me as Filipino, I would like to, I am interested to visit uh, India, say, for example. Okay, so I want to see Taj Mahal and I want to uh, hear more stories about it. Although I'm not, although I'm a Christian, although I'm a Catholic, but I'm still interested to know something about other religions because tourism is actually fostering unity. Tourism is actually a promoter of peace. And we actually, in the tourism industry, we embrace everything. We actually associate everything. We don't have such racism. We don't have such um, uh, we embrace diversity in religion, in culture, and for us to have such unity in the tourism industry. Okay, so aside from such um, heritage is one, another one, and then of course the landmarks there, okay, and of course the infrastructure. What about the infrastructure in that area? So in the presentation of Dr. Receipt, he presented that in wellness, we have in promoting wellness tourism, in that particular area in Langkawi, we need to develop or we need to look into the development of the local transport, of the infrastructure in the local community. So same with faith tourism. So when we visit a place, we need also to look into the infrastructure, and then the local transport within, of course, the safety. So those are the things that are actually things that can motivate people to travel for this particular type of tourism, which is faith tourism. So um, in terms of such motivation, um, people from different cultures can be motivated, depends on their affiliation, depends on their religious affiliation, depends on their interest, and depends on the mechanism or their ability to travel. Okay, and the most interesting part is, of course, the interest, the the internal motivating factor of a person. So if he is very much interested to if a person is actually motivated to travel in that particular faith tourism site, okay, maybe he is an affiliated in such particular religion. Okay, and then what are the things that can be I am talking about the push and pull theory. Okay, the interest, the affiliation can push the tourist in having such interest in traveling, and then the pull factors are actually, those are the interesting parts of the destination. So um, in the future, I actually presented in my uh, uh, PPT there. Okay, so the potentials of faith tourism worldwide. Okay, so we have a lot of people nowadays are looking into that faith tourism sites, especially this time of crisis. People are actually prayerful, and they are this kind of crisis lead to um, a closer relationship with our gods. Okay, with our God. Okay, so it's actually a very good time, or this is really timely for us all to have this kind of free tourism after pandemic. So that's the potential. But as I told you a while ago, I will be presenting also the faith tourism and beyond. Okay, beyond faith tourism, it's not only the impact of this. It's not only for the spirituality of the person. It's not only for self fulfillment, or maybe as an achievement, or a personal it's a personal satisfaction. Okay, but it can actually impact to the business, to the tourism industry. So since paid tourism is actually growing, okay, so it can actually uh, contribute to the economy. Paid tourism can contribute to the economy of the local destination, because when we travel, we have to buy something, souvenirs. Okay, we have to pay for the local transport. We have to buy our food. Okay, so those are the side trips. Although our purpose is to visit Basilica or to visit Mecca, but we have a lot of things to do, and it can actually impact to the industry as a whole. Okay, so aside from that, your tickets, your accommodation during your destination, it can really impact to the economy of the localities. Okay, so aside from the economy, it can actually result to social transformation. Okay, social transformation, and then yeah, it's a great chance for a destination to have such a destination or branding. Okay, and to have a distinct identity. Okay, because of their religious, or because of this religious sites, because of their culture. So definitely faith tourism is part of our culture. So these things can are actually the things beyond the faith tourism. So we can actually it can develop communities. It can it can provide a lot of things to people in the community and to travelers itself, and it can really help the global economy when we have to push more, or we have to pursue more travel in like that religious travel or pilgrimage. Okay, so as I mentioned a while ago that most of people, 86% of the population of the Philippines Catholic. So here we offer faith tourism not only for Catholics, but it's open also to all the other religious affiliation. So it really shows in our culture, our religiosity, our spirituality. So actually, most of our festivals are actually influenced by our spirituality, our faith. So we have the Mother Festival, the Sinulog Festival of Cebu. It's celebrated every January in honor of Santo Niño, the infant Jesus. And we have Ati-Atihan Festival, we have Dinagyang, we have Mascara Festival. All all these festivals are actually in honor of celebrated in honor of Santo Niño. So we have also a very huge flock of pilgrims during January in Manila itself. We have such Black Nazarene Festival. It's really it's a very famous and well celebrated religious festival, and we have a lot of and Holy Week. Okay, yes, actually one of the we considered peak season because people are traveling from one place to another to visit such religious areas like in Lukban, Quezon. We have Regina Rica. It's the image of Mother Mary, and we have other destinations like in the northern part of the Philippines where we can actually see the actual reenactment of Jesus Christ or the Passion of Christ. So those are the things that the Philippines can offer. That's why we eagerly present or offer faith tourism to all of us as our future and as our potential markets. So for now, I'm inviting you to visit the Philippines, not only for faith tourism, but you can also visit our natural attractions, our urban attractions, and many more. Um, so, so before I end my talk, I would like to say this. We are from different culture, from different beliefs, but we are here on earth, on one earth, for one purpose. Let be united and be a good steward of our Father's gift. our lives, and of course, our natural environment. Through tourism, through travel, let every one of us see the beauty and understand our differences and see the beauty of diversity. It may lead to a beautiful experience and lead unity. So thank you so much, Professor Pankaj, Dr. Sif, and to our participants. I'm sorry for uh, this kind of presentation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gina, for the presentation. It's really unfortunate to all of us here. So we were waiting for your presentation, but somehow the technology had failed us. But we still have faith in you, Dr. Gina,
Oh my God.
with your presentation, with your takes just now for this faith tourism, where you talk on the several definition of this faith tourism, like religious tourism, spiritual tourism in several parts of the world, and also this one bring the meaning of individually or group in quest of meaning of life. So maybe it can also be defined as a form of pilgrimage or a form to witness the activity in the area. So every country they have the religious, they celebrate their in their own way. In the Asia Pacific, this faith tourism contribute to about 54% of the tourism, especially bringing people from Europe to visit
Yeah.
places in the Philippines and to the well-visited places where they can learn about historical, about the values as well about the hidden stories of the religion, especially the most popular area like the St. Peter's Square, the Taj Mahal, where you say that you want to visit after the pandemic is over. And the
Yeah.
faith tourism is growing, contribute the economy to the local people in various aspects, like you mentioned just now, and also people motivated because of this faith and the spiritual and because tourism fostering unity, promoting peace, embrace diversity, and we as the people in the tourism, we have no perception to the people, so we just receive people from all over the world, regardless of your color, regardless of your belief.
Yeah.
And also, it's important for the host to prepare to accommodate people with a great infrastructure, improvement to the safety, to motivate people to travel. And I know, like you mentioned just now, the faith tourism define the community based on the celebration, based on the festival, like many festival organized in the Philippines. And the final words, the unprecedented crisis that we are facing now, bringing us closer to the relationship with God. And I believe that's the good statement from you to end up your presentation. So well presented, Dr. Gina, and hope to
Thank
hear
you.
from you in the future.
Thank you
Congrats.
so much.
Congrats.
Thank you so much, Dr. Receive and
Most welcome.
everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Gina, for the nice presentation. Despite this, she should give a big hand. Without the technology failure, she did very well. She conveyed the message what she wants. She
Thank
was
you,
very much
Lord.
successful, and the purpose of the presentation is to convey the message. Your message was very much clear.
Could I speak?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, I learned. We have Libras, sign language, yes, and we are clap hands. Yes, instead of clap hands, the way we clap hands in imaging is like this.
Yes.
Yes,
Good idea.
it
Thank
is
you.
inclusion. Yes, it is inclusion. People were deaf, they do like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good idea, Professor.
Thank you, Professor Artoloni. So I would like to convey one message to Dr. Gina that in India, faith tourism has a very, very strong potential.
Yeah, sir.
The Dr. Rajiv has quoted about Rameshwaram. Rameshwaram is one of the strong, I can say the most favorite stop, favorite destination. Thousands of persons are visiting the place every year. So definitely, I will invite you to India to join and have a look in any forthcoming conference when the situation becomes normal, as well as I will, because Professor Rajiv is already associated with the as an adjunct professor in the Algappa University. I frequently travel Algappa University. So definitely both of you will be invited soon to visit India on behalf of the Fighter Academy of India to participate any one of the program. And the concept of the image destination or other factors that anyway all of you are sharing. Either Dr. Rajiv or Dr. Gina, credit goes to all of you that you very nicely, both of you have connected the concept of the tourism with the spirituality. A very warm appreciation from my side on behalf of the Fetter Academy, on behalf of the, with the permission of Professor Arceloni, on behalf of the Brazil, on behalf of the Thailand persons as well. So it's a nice presentation, concept of the tourism, because the two more speakers are waiting for me. The doctor, so now I'm proceeding. Dr. Sai Rung. Yeah. So it is the turn of Dr. Sai Rung, and she is going to say a few words about the practice of spirituality-based tourism in Greater Mekong sub-region. Because we have selected here Greater Mekong as one of the big domain of this entire joint venture program. So Dr. Sai Rung is a well-known figure. She is representing Ubon Ratchathani Business School. He is a senior faculty member in the Faculty of Management. So I invite Dr. Sai Rung to say 5 minutes, 10 minutes as per your choice about the practice of spirituality-based tourism in Greater Mekong sub-region. Yeah, Dr. Sai Rung, please. Please unmute your mic. Dr. Sai Rung, unmute your mic first. And I am requesting here from the participants, please, all the participants except speakers and chairpersons, please mute your mic so that sometimes some disturbances appears either through phone calls or some noise. Please, Dr. Sai Rung, please unmute your mic so that we may listen you. Unmute your mic first. Are you listening me, Dr. Sai Rung? So unmute your mic. Your mic is off. So that's why we are unable to listen you. Okay, Dr. Sai Rung joined again. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Please turn on your microphone, Dr.
Yes,
Cyrus.
yes, there is some
Yes, yes,
problem
yes.
with my computer.
Okay.
There is a
Fine.
I
problem
think
with my
he's
computer.
facing some internet failure, internet
Please,
problems
Mr.
are
Ajaj
there.
Ahmad, please don't intervene. Please switch off your mic.
Yeah,
Yes, Dr.
sorry
Sai Rung, please
for
start.
the inconvenience because I had some internet problem here, but it's going good now, so don't worry. Thank you for a very nice introduction, Professor Pankaj. Thank you so much for this occasion. May I spend just only 10 minutes
Okay.
sharing with you about Mekong sub-region. I have my presentation, so I'm trying to share with you. Okay, please let me know if you guys have seen my
Yes, yes,
presentation
visible,
on the
visible,
screen.
visible.
Okay, it is visible now. Yes, on behalf of Ubon Ratchathani University, so we are the Mekong sub-region domain, as Dr. Pankaj mentioned earlier. So let me show you where we are now. As you can see on the screen, on the map, so there are countries in Mekong sub-region. So you can see Thailand is surrounded by another 5 countries in GMS, Greater Mekong sub-region. And we are here from the Thailand map. So we are here at the border, connected to Laos and to another 5 countries surrounding. So that's why I said we are serving the Greater Mekong sub-region's area. So you can have some picture where we are now, right? Here, today my talk, I gonna touch a little bit about how the Mekong River associated with people's livelihoods here in Greater Mekong sub-regions countries. In terms of the river, because Mekong is the names of the river here. And now I'm really close to the river because I am at the hotel in the Moon River, near the Moon River, the tributaries of Mekong River. So I can feel the atmospheres of the Mekong River now. In terms of people livelihoods in the Greater Mekong sub-region, we use the river. So it's like the life of people here in the 6 countries in Mekong sub-region country. So since we are one of the members of GMS countries, which is the large populations in the basin area. There are 5.2 million people in Laos and 73.1 million in Thailand, 13 million in Cambodia, and 18.7 million people in Vietnam, with approximately 85% are agricultural communities. So agriculture, fishing and collecting of aquatic life and vegetations are the main economic activities of people in the basins. And about 62.6% of the working population in the region make their living primarily from water resources related work. So the Mekong River not only supplies water for the region's urban areas, it is also the source of water for daily use in agricultural communities during the dry season. In villages along the river, so almost drinking water, water for daily use, and water for agriculture depends on the river. So I'm sorry for the phone ringing. Uh, the river is also very important as a place for children to play. So when the water level decreases in the dry season, the region becomes very dry here, and the river banks become important places for farming. In addition, an important source of protein for agricultural community is fresh water, fish that are caught in both mainstreams and tributaries, as well as the wetlands and channel connected to them. At the present, there are about 850 species of fish identified in the Mekong River Basin and frogs. So, so we use that for food, especially in Isan. and most of those can be eaten, just like I said. So aquatic life forms, including fish and frogs, so are people's main source of protein here. Um, it is also important source of income. So if seasonal laborers and side business are included, 40 million people in the regions are involved the Mekong River water system filtering industry, which is about 40% of populations of Cambodia depends on the Tonle Sap Lake and surrounding floodplain. So in terms of the spiritual beliefs of the river, so the Mekong rivers and other rivers in the regions have a special spiritual significance for people as well. So in Thailand, Laos, and Cambodia, Buddhist temples and monasteries, which are center of people faith, are often constructed along riverbanks, which will be leading to tourism industry that I will touch later on. For example, in southern Laos, it is said that there is a Naga. It is the belief. Naga is a deity taking in form of a snake, so a big snake. A palace at bottom of the river, the Mekong River. It is believed that strong spirits live in rivers and at other special places. So it would be dangerous to launch fishing boats or to walk past certain location without offering players. So along in Ubon also, I will give you some example. At the Lamdom Noi River in Thailand, in Ubon, it is a tributary. Ubon, we have the Moon River. Moon River is the tributaries of Mekong River. We are talking about the spirituals of the river. So there is some instance here. It's about the belief about the Naga. So Naga is quite a strong belief in terms of the spiritual, and it is associated with people daily life here in Thailand, especially in the northeastern parts of Thailand. So spirits are also said to reside in the fish, not only in Naga, but also in the fish, in spite of its enormous size. So very little is known about the lives of the blabuk. So in Thailand, we say blabuk. It's kinds of fish, like catfish, but it's quite bigger than that. So the world's largest freshwater fish with adult reaching up to 300 kilograms here. It is believed by Thai fishing communities. However, that the giant catfish live according to the Buddhist respect and is holy because only moss and other vegetation have ever been found in its stomach. So in the northeastern Thailand, Ubon Ratchathani, where we live here, it is believed that when this fish is caught in one's net, it is very inauspicious. This fish can now be sold for lots of money. But because there is fear of losing one's life for committing the sins of killing this fish of merit, so the feature carrying out for former Buddhist memorials service after selling this giant catfish. So the river is also the place for festival. Every year there is a boat race on the Mekong rivers and its tributaries allow time of rainy season ends, which is this time. Also in April, the Thais and Lao New Year's people celebrate along the riverbanks by building sand towers in the shapes of Buddhist stupas. So the ceremonies carry out the World Heritage Sites of Luang Prabang that are very well known but similar costumes are also observed in lesser known area like the Moon River. So Mekong tributary in northeastern Thailand and its Sengkong River of Cambodia. So this is how we associate with Mekong River. So as you may see on the screens, so people here are making the sand tower along the river during the dry season in April to celebrate the water festival. This livelihood associates to the Mekong Basin, so it leads to tourism business. I give an example here in Thailand in the northeastern parts of the country in Nakhon Phanom. I'm talking about Buddhist tourism, which emerges in the Greater Mekong subregions. Since the countries in the Greater Mekong subregions are working together to promote the subregion as a single destination for international visitors and encourage community to enhance the environment, social and economic benefits of the tourist. So tourism, Buddhist tourism is the initiative and has been promoted here in Nakhon Phanom. Buddhism is indeed a common element shared by all people living here in Mekong area. Buddhist religion is the second largest in Southeast Asia after Islam and is practiced by 190 to 200 something million individuals. So Southern Asia represents 35% of the global Buddhism population. In Asia, Buddhism is the majority religion of 5 countries. This includes in the Greater Mekong subregion, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, Buddhism. So in Vietnam, which is very interesting, Buddhism plays an influential role, although the main religion is a blend of folk beliefs related to worshipping of ancestors. So there are many sites in the Greater Mekong subregions, which could be the backbone for a Buddhist heritage trail. So some are already tourism and cultural icons, with many being integrated into UNESCO World Heritage List. Angkor Wat, for instance, in Cambodia, Ayutthaya and Sukhothai in Thailand, Wat Po in Laos, Champa temples of Masan in Vietnam, and other sites in Myanmar, which are already on UNESCO list. Bagan in Myanmar is likely to follow, but it is now. Buddhist circuit will help also tracking down some of the ancient civilizations of Mekong region, such as heritage trail following sacred sites of the Khmer Empire. The Angkor civilization was not only present in Angkor Wat, but also in Previher at the borders of Cambodia and Thailand. In southern Laos, Wat Po, as you may have heard about that, and in today Thailand, Phnom Rung in Buriram, my hometown, Phimai in Korat, Lopburi, among others. So it also influenced Champa civilization in central and southern Vietnam. So according to Lim Quy Phong, the founders and owners of the Buddhist travel site, BuddhistTravel.com, he said, the Buddhist heritage trail along old Khmer civilization would be in line with the targets of Greater Mekong Subregion Ministry of Tourism. So the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, as well as the Asia Development Bank, to promote multi-country circuits along the Mekong. and Thailand is one of those. Uh, may I conclude? Just like Buddhist tourism helps a lot to highlight the second tier destinations all across the region. So tourists can then discover not only architectural gems, but also enjoy the serene pace of life, revolving around temples, spirituality, compassion, communication with others are parts of Buddhist life for thousands of years and express the rituals and ceremony. So this is how Mekong River associates with people life here and how it leads to tourism business here in GMS countries.
Thank you, Dr. Sairum. Thank you for a nice presentation about the brief detail about the Greater Mekong, because it was obvious that most of the participants who are from Brazil or Europe or even from India, they must be realized that what is the importance of Greater Mekong in that respective domain. Here in India, the importance of Ganga, almost similar status, or I have read somewhere that most of the rivers in the ancient times are inspired by the name of the holy river Ganga. Mekong is one of them. I have read somewhere. So it's a good presentation to give a brief
Okay,
detail
thank
about
you.
the Greater Mekong sub-region.
So,
Thank you very
thank
much, Dr. Sairung, for a brief presentation. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Now I invite you to take charge as a chairperson to introduce the young dynamic. I think youngest speaker is here, Dr.
Yes,
Komtas.
I believe.
Yes,
So,
he is the youngest speaker.
uh-huh.
He is visible now, his smiling face. So Dr.
Yes,
Komtas now
yes.
join the scenario under the chairmanship of Dr. Sairung. So Dr. Komtas is, I think Dr. Sairung will introduce about Dr. Komtas, and then these two will continue. So 20
Yes.
minutes for you, sir.
Once again, may I introduce you,
Yeah,
all of you,
introduce Dr. Komtas. Yes.
yeah, to my speaker from UBS, Bonrachatani Business School, Dr. Komtat. He is the academics person and business consultant here in Thailand about digital marketing. So he has a very interesting talk about destination competitiveness in Thailand in tourism context. So he might spend another 20 or 30 minutes in the
20 minutes
session.
sufficient.
So everyone, please welcome once again Dr. Komtat.
Yeah,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Sairung, please replace your presentation. Please close your presentation so that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Salim, and thank to Dr. Pankaj. I'm Pomtat Thasawang, and today I would like to present my topic. Present. Okay. Destination competitiveness in Thailand tourism context. I think that my topic would be slightly different from the main theme of today's webinar. It will be different from the spirituality, but I will focus on the economics and the business, especially in the tourism in Thailand. Why it's so significant, why it's important in Thailand? Because even compared to about 20 years ago, Thailand tourism has been growing very fast, rapidly. In 1990, there were 5.3 million international travelers visited Thailand, and at that time, they spent 3.7 billion US dollar. But uh, the recent 2 decades, the number of the international tourists was increasing about 8% annually. And also, they also spend more because of the tourism spending was also increasing about 10% annually as well. The annual statistic of Thailand I call about uh, 38.3 million tourists 2 years ago in 2018. And when compared to the previous year, is increased about 9.3%. So that they also spend about 2 trillion baht, so is very significant. And when compared to our GDP, Thailand GDP, the tourism income is about 15% of the Thailand GDP in 2018, and is equal to 57 billion US dollar. That is very huge. And the uh, Thailand Tourism Organization expect that it would increase about 31.7% of the GDP in 2027. And when compared the income of the tourism in Thailand with other countries around the world, act- uh, actually Thailand was ranked in number 4 in 2018 after US, Spain, and France. But if you see the percentage when compare the tourism revenue with the GDP, our GDP, the income is about 15% of the GDP in Thailand. Is it was the highest percentage when compared with other countries like US, Spain. France is about 15 times when compared to the percentage of US GDP. So that is very significant, very important that I have to focus and I have to conduct some research about the tourism, about the destination competitiveness. And the topic that I gonna present today is from a part of my research, and I already published last year. It's about the destination competitiveness. The competitiveness has been defined as the destination ability to create, integrate a value-added product that sustain its resort. And in this part, I will focus on the 4 categories of the destination competitiveness in the international context when the international traveler come to visit another country, another destination, international destination. The category that I will focus on is the first is the core resources. Core resources is one of the fundamental factor that the prospective traveler use to choose one destination over another one, and is also include the intangible resource, for example the national landscape, beach, sea, mountain, the seascape, the national environments of the destination. It also include the comfortable climate, weather, and also the cultural historical attraction at the destination. And it also can be the intangible resort, for example the wonderful scenery, the unique and exotic local custom. For example, the second category is supporting resources, which is the general factor include the destination infrastructure, the various modes of transportation at the destination. Like in Thailand, we also have the SkyTrain, BTS, the MRT, the subway, the airplane mode, and also we also provide the boat transportation in Bangkok, and also the telecommunication service. How easy that the international traveler would access the telecommunication service, the banking and financial service in at the destination. And also destination can provide a variety of food, the local beverage. And if there would have many choice of the local or the cultural food, that would be contribute to the supporting the competitiveness. And also the variety of shopping item, because sometimes when the traveler come to spend the money, not only the food, not only the uh, hotel, but they also shop some souvenir and some uh, cultural products in Thailand. The third category is the destination management, which is the business activity of the destination company, the marketing campaign, the human resource management, the business policy at the destination is, and is not considered in the private sector. It's also have to consider the government sector as well. For example, the clean environment at the destination, the user-friendly guidance, the multilingual signage at the destination. If the employee at the restaurant can communicate in English or even in the other languages, for example, Chinese, the security, safety at the destination, environmental conversation, the quality of service at the hotel, at the restaurant, at the tourist attraction. So this is the third one, and the last one, which is the situational conditions, which are the factor in the external environment. We cannot control it, but it also affect the destination competitiveness. It include the opportunity, the threat in the external environment. For example, the variety of the tourist activity or the spatial events. For example, in Thailand, we also have the water festival. We call it the Songkran festivals in Thailand. And like Ajahn Sailung just mentioned, we also have the boat racing festival in Isan country, in Isan provinces. And the overall reasonable price at the destination when they compare with their home country and the destination that they travel. The distance and travel time at the destination, which is too far to come to Thailand from the people in the other side of the world. Do they consider the time and the distance between their home country and their destination? The ease of entry, how hard they can apply for visa to go to Thailand, for example, the good values of the currency exchange rate at the time. So it means that this factor can be changed anytime. So this is for category of destination competitiveness that I conducted the research. And I was the research was survey to the participant about 600 samples in Bangkok, and mostly they were the international tourists traveling in Bangkok. And the result show that core resort actually cortisol was the most important factor among the list of the competitiveness components. The cortisol, actually Thailand also provide a wonderful beach and sea that many people, especially the European people, want to see and want to visit. Mostly they would answer that the beach will be the first choice that they would come and see in Thailand. And the second one may be the temple in Thailand because it's one of the very unique temple in the world. And the second one, if they would consider, is important to consider is the destination management. So this is the result from my research, and I also conduct the investigated the relationship between the variable, but I will not go in deep. But the destination competitiveness, they are also important to the TT. TT stand for tourist trust and destination advocacy. If the tourists feel trustable with the destination, they would spread word of mouth, especially the positive word of mouth to author. They would say positive word to their friends, to their family, their relative, and they would come back again, and maybe they would spend more when they come in the next time. And in the model world, you know that because mostly when you feel satisfied with the destination or with the other service or product, you would give some comment online. So it's also the same at the destination industry. The foreign tourists would spend their time or give the comments in the application like Travelwago, TripAdvisor, Agoda. So they would spread that positive word of mouth or even negative word of mouth to others. And when I ask the international foreigner, they would say that mostly they would find the information by themselves instead of their family, instead of their friends or their relative. So in the way that I would to contribute my research result is to the government, because somehow government mostly focus on the promotion on online, on TV, on television, on the airport, international airport. But it's quite less if we see the government would focus on the online marketing campaigns. So it's quite important to do some campaign, this kind of application or website. So this is the my presentation. And before I end my presentation, uh, I would like to welcome you to travel in Thailand. And once the COVID-19 is getting better, so I think that the situation, the tourist situation would become as the normal. So I would like to invite you to come to Thailand. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Komtas. A nice presentation, and I invite you, Dr. Sairung, to say a few words.
Okay, thank you once again. Dr. Komtat, thank you so much for your times and very comprehensive presentations about destination competitiveness in Thailand's in tourism context. Yes, I totally agree with you that tourism is the major income here in Thailand, since it's the big part that can generate jobs and money. So in economic system, since it was 50% of GDP here in Thailand. I also agree with you for the 4 categories in the models of destination competitiveness. in terms of international context. Since I am in the tourism field, so I have been in industry for a while, and now so we are conducting classes for tourism student and also hospitalities student, just like Dr. Gina from Malaysia. So please
It's
correct
from
me if I'm
Philippines.
wrong. She's from Philippines. I'm sorry.
Philippines.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So Dr. Kumtat highlighted that in international context, the destination competitiveness highlighted in the four aspects for the core resources. So he highlighted that natural landscape and environment is one of those. Another element is the supporting resources to enhance tourism to be competitive with others. So transportations, telecommunication services, accessibilities to bankings and financial services is also like, very important. Foods and beverages industry, yes, it is indeed very important. And also shopping areas for souvenirs. So when tourists finish their trip, so they need to like take some souvenir back home for their loved ones. And also the destination management is very crucial here in terms of to build competitiveness. Environmental management, yes, we need to take that part to account when we run the business. Visitor management, yes, and the qualities of service, which is the big parts of how to achieve the goals in hospitality industry, especially tourism. Security and safety, yes, people like they feel comfortable if they feel like the destination is safe for them to come. And the situation, which is the conditions for people, for tourists to like, make their decision whether to come or not, the special values, the cost, and the value is it is value for money. So it is easy to make decision to come to the destination, I believe. And the currency exchange rate, especially for foreign tourists. So just like Dr. Aziludi, so you would prefer to come to Thailand if your currency exchange like is is reasonable, right? So in that case, so you can book the reasonable price, and so also the hotel, food and beverages. These are the
My
model.
pleasure.
Yes, these are the four element models that is very crucial in terms of competitiveness in hospitality industry, tourism in particular. Once again, I would like to conclude that from the very short, nice, comprehensive presentations of Dr. Komtat, so we can notice that his study, so it's from his research. So it's highlighted the importance of destination attributions in order to emphasize more destination advocacy here. He also highlighted the research finding that can be linked to the ongoing business and the private organization concerned with this particular industry. As he mentioned that private organization should not be simply focused on providing services capability, price or image, but they need also should to cooperate with local government the sector that promote tourist activity is unique. That is very important. And even centers of local traditions. So in this case, local people might have chance to gain, to earn, not only to be part of, but they gain something for tourism business. So I would like to like use another words like poor tourism, but not only poor people can gain or earn income for this particular business, but it could be built their price, their wisdom, their well-being. So this can help them a lot from this particular business. And thank you so much, um, everyone, distinguished participant for this nice opportunity for Ubon Ratchathani University. So may I talk on behalf of our university, on behalf of our president, our dean of UBS, Ubon Ratchathani Business School. Um, it is the great opportunity for both of us to share and learn from our international bodies, from Dr. Arcelonis and teams from Brazil, from Dr. Pankaj, and other academics person from India, from Dr. Gina from Philippines. So it's very nice occasion to meet with all of you. And we hope, I and Dr. Komtat, we hope that we may have opportunity to join and share and learn from you guys again in the future. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sairong, for kind words, and thanks a lot. So, give a big hand to these two. So, Dr. Kontas and Dr. Sairong, on behalf of the Ubon Ratchathani Business School, they represented the Ubon Ratchathani Business School as this UBS is one of the partner of this program, representing the Greater Mekong in a leading way. So now we have started the journey from India, then went back to Malaysia, then Philippines, then Thailand, and now I am interested to switch over to the extreme west part, the Brazil. Before that, I have noticed that the two distinguished fellow, the Executive Council members of Federal Academy of India, Dr. Maria from Brazil and Praveen Shrivastava from India. These two distinguished Executive Council members are present here. So may I ask these fellows to come on the screen for a few seconds, please. Mr. Praveen Shrivastava, the Executive Council member of Federal Academy India, and Professor Maria Emilia from Brazil. Both are representing FAI Executive Council. If they are present here, please come on the screen for a minute to say a few words.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Good night.
The Professor Angela Isabel dos Santos Dúlios of the Federal University of Santa Maria, Brazil, and your research group will convey my greetings.
Thanks, Professor Maria. Thanks for your greetings that you are part of the Federal Academy India Executive Council.
Okay, the Professor Angela Isabel, my greeting.
Thanks, Professor Maria. May I request Mr. Praveen Shrivastava, the Council member of Federal Academy India, to come on the screen for a second or for 10 seconds to say a few words about the program. Sir Praveen Srivastava, if you are visible, if you are available on the, I think yes, he is there. Mr. Praveen Srivastava, come for a minute to say a few words about this program. Then we will
Good
switch over to.
evening and good evening. It's in India and other places. Good morning, good afternoon, as applicable. First of all, heartiest congratulations to the organizers. It is a dream come true. Sitting in COVID pandemic situations, it is difficult to imagine that such a meeting can be possible, such a meeting of such magnitude can be possible. And it is very nice to hear the views of various international personalities. So, once again, I am looking forward to other speakers and very good endeavor to be continued in future. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for your kind words. So, and that all of you are present here, it is also an inspiring that the program that we are organizing with the support of each and everyone. Either he is a member or she is a member of the Federal Academy or member of the Ubon Ratchathani or Greater Mekong or Philippines or Malaysia or Europe or Brazil. So now I invite Professor Arceloni to chair the session and invite Rejane Dutra to deliver her talk. So Professor Arsolani, give me for a moment to rest and please join the chair and introduce the speaker, please.
Well, me again. I would like to introduce our professor, Rejane Dutra Bergamaschi. She is graduated in psychology at Univali and a hard training in body psychotherapy, specialist in psychology assessment. She is also master in environment and health by Uniplac and is a specialist in clinical psychology. She also has an experience in clinical psychology and a degree of distance education. Works with private practice and teaches the disciplines of developmental psychology and the psychomotricity, and also course completion at Unifavest. She has as areas of interest, human development, family relations, construction and subject, social relations. Professor Rejane, your turn to make your presentation, and then I should be a short comments about your talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Just a moment, please. Can you see my presentation?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet, okay.
Doc is joining our presentation.
Please unmute your microphone.
Dr. Tan, how are you?
I'm good. What about yourself?
Good, good, nice, very nice.
Professor
Good
Raghu
going.
Raman, please.
Hello. First, in the beginning itself, I said, what is that? Good going. Okay.
Yeah. Good evening,
I'm very
everyone.
good evening. Everyone is giving an excellent presentation. I'm very much delighted. Each participant, each person giving a wonderful insight on this topic. Great. Dr. Srivastava, how are you, sir? Srivastava
Okay, sir. Raghu Raman, sir, please stop. Please, sir, let the speaker begins the talk.
No, she's working out, sir. Not it.
No, sir. Please. Please, as Dr. Arsoloni is chairing the session, please.
Yeah, here you go.
Sim, tá ligada. Você está apresentando e agora? Pode começar a falar. Can you see my presentation now?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes. Okay, let's start. Good afternoon, good evening for all. Today, we'll talk about spirituality from subject studied in psychology faculty, human development. First of all, I would like to bring a few simple concepts about what spirituality means. The concepts. Feminine noun, characteristic of what is spiritual, the process of reveals elevation, transcendence, sublime, the spirit life ends. Expanding a bit more, I present some other concepts. The way which people understand and live their lives take in account their meaning and value. Experimental process whose characteristics include the search for meaning and purposes. Values and transcendence which people overcome the problems and unpleasant circumstances of everyday life. The first calls attention to the meaning of value. The second brings the search of meaning and bonds. And the third makes point the transcendence experience. Now some development psychology concepts. Branch of psychology that studies the interaction between physical and psychological process during the states of growth from conception to the end of the subject's life. Developmental psychology comprises the psychological transformations that occur over time through some theories. Initially, studies in this area were concerned only the development of children and adolescents. Currently, is no understanding of all human development in its life cycle process. First, interaction between physical and psychological process. The second concept brings the psychological transformations. And third, comprehension of the whole human development over life. In psychology, the first theoretical who brought the spirituality idea was Carl Gustav Jung. He said about this, maturing process is directly linked to a reorientation of spiritual awareness. The impulse towards spirituality is not only to reduce the anguish of death, the feeling of helplessness, but an expression inherent to the human being. Death is not the only stop of the senses, but the full realization of the meaning of life and its true purpose. Jung spoke about spirituality, consciousness. The second topic The second topic speaks about death and anguish, feeling of helplessness. In the third, we have the concept of death as a full realization of life. Even being the full realization of life, this fact brings us anguish and helplessness, because we don't know exactly what's after life, and then the personal beliefs show up. Other important author in psychology was Viktor Frankl. His studies add theory based on the concept of the meaning of life. For him, spirituality organizes the subject's existence. He studied the sense of life, and he said spirituality is a form of organization of existence itself, which brings a way of perceiving life and death with a liberation understanding. Spirituality in human development. Ending the spirituality, resizing fears and pains arising from fragility, decay, vulnerability, suffering from losses, trying to overcome and overpass the face of the proximity of death. Several studies indicate that spirituality increases considerably over time with advancing age. Faith occupies a central place in the lives of the elderly. The elderly expresses their spiritual, religious beliefs more. In our Western culture, it's common to observe that as we grow old, we started to concern more with our spirituality. We can observe faith as an important aspect in older life. That doesn't mean that before grow old, spirituality doesn't have its value. And yes, begins to have more special place in people's lives. That's why the elder express more their spiritual beliefs. Spiritual and human development. Seeking a meaning for life increases over the years. More is deposited with advancing age in a supreme power with hopes of transcending the vulnerability itself. The perception of spirituality, religiosity, is more accepted when aging. Here, what Viktor Frankl wrote in his theory confirms. The subject seeks in meaning for life and basis through spirituality. And also, there is a fact that we believe and trust in a supreme power that makes our transcendence possible because we are vulnerable. spirituality in human development indicates the presence of aspects such as faith, hope, trust, religiosity, feeling of transcendence to material and individual goals, including eternity, in contrast to the proximity of transience. Spirituality can represent a response to today's impasses at age, given the troubled scenario in which we live. Here, I destack spirituality shows important aspects such as faith and trust. Also, it's important to considerate the comprehension about finitude itself, that transcendence. And here, I bring some final considerations. Nowadays, spirituality is investigated by the humanities for its relevance in maintaining health and for helping to recover sick and hospitalized patients. Studies that psychological and spiritual abilities can contribute to a successful aging process. I bring attention to the third topic. With advancing age, there is a tendency to look for a nucleus of stability in the intimate sphere, so that life itself can be seen in a new perspective, give it meaning, putting together past and present with an uncertain future. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Really, thank you, Professor Rejane. Your presentation was really spectacular. You bring us actor as young, a very, very host of modern psychology in the sense of existence. You join development and human being, the way people develop themselves, emphasizing the process of developing in human being. The transformation, both Viktor Frankl and Jung has in common existence, yes, they very relevant, and they establish the stability that religions that very connected to spirituality, and that make us, all of us, relevant, healthy, maintain and recovering the whole process, maintaining and recovering the healthy and the success for the human being, as also the stability that connecting past, present, and nowadays functions, nowadays works can help us in the situation. Thank you, really spectacular.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, Professor Pankaj. I would like to thank you, and I would like to thank you, Arceloni and Beatriz. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you for your kind words. Thank you, Professor Arceloni, for chairing the session. A new dimension Professor has shown, psychology and the spirituality, everyone on their own style, on their own knowledge base, is try to capture the fragrance of spirituality. Okay, so now we are moving to the next speaker, none other than the Vice President of FAI, Professor C.C. Tan. He is from the School of Business Management, Mai Fa Luang University, Thailand. And I invite Dr. M.P. Singh, Vice President FAI, to chair the session. Please, Dr. M.P. Singh, please chair the session. Please introduce Dr. Tan and the theme that he is going to share. Dr. M.P. Singh, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce Dr. Tan. There is no requirement of an introduction, but nevertheless, he has been associated with us for the last 4 years and been actively participating, bringing out the nuances of all the subjects which are being discussed from time to time, and actively also chairing the sessions and giving his insights on the subject. He is master in his field and his divergent interests, including spirituality. He is going to speak on Buddhism, the eight path fold. And this is the real spirituality which was brought out by Buddha thousands of years ago, which is as true even today. So, looking forward to hearing from Dr. Tan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor MP Singh, and thank you to everyone for the sessions. Very challenging sessions and knowledgeable. Let me share my slide, which is from the internal screen. Okay, share. Something gets. Are you able to see my screen?
No, sir.
No, sir.
You have something.
No, sir. No, sir.
Is that okay now?
Yes, it is appearing.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so thank you very much. My sharing with you would be on my experience Buddhist Eightfold Path. When we talk about Eightfold, it means there is a very approach to a spiritual path, a spiritual development from the Buddhist philosophy and the Buddhist teaching. So today, probably you will get a glance and get a grip on what the Buddhist monks are doing and what the Buddhist monks are teaching us and what the Buddhas have taught us. But the practice really is quite difficult. It could be simple, but it's very could be very difficult if you don't get a grip on the core concept. But basically, it's about purifications of the mind and purifying your consciousness so that you can we can better understand the reality. And the more we can better understand the reality, the better we will not be disturbed by the signals, which is Professor MP Singh talked about it. We will not be disturbed by the stimulations of the world. Okay, so let me move to the what I'm going to do today. I just added a couple of the slide from which is about literature reviews on what about what is to be spiritual, which is really conforming to the previous Professors Regina on the exactly what is the spiritual development, humans psychology perspective, and then we will move into the Buddhist Eightfold Path from the research work to myself. What do we expect from leading a spiritual path? If you look into the literature review, there are a lot of the things that we can extract the knowledge from the literature reviews, and the professors Regina had already talked about it, and the professors MP Singhs have already talked about it, and I just capture more. Well, the world is very complicated, and so when we have the spiritual capabilities and the knowledge, which means that we have the stability of the mind and the wisdoms of the mind, we should be able to tolerate the complex natures of reality. That is one of the very important expectations that we want to get from the spiritual path, and at ease with the diversity, the signals that Professors MP seems to talk about it, and a search for understanding, which Professors Regina just mentioned about, which is the search for purpose and meaning, things like that. and a personal transformation, which is very important because if we human beings are longing for transforming ourselves to higher and higher levels, things like that, and enhances the confidence and motivation, which is very important. If we have the confidence, we will, do things in a very very productive and motivating to continuous improvement. Virtue is the nature, and so with the spiritual path development, it comes with the nature of virtue. And when we have that virtue as the nature of ourselves, the ethics comes along. So a good way to develop ethics and to implement ethics in companies would be to ensure that each one of us has that virtue, and which comes from spiritual development. And then the able to remain at the present moment, which is very important because for example, when we listen to the audiences and yourself talk about and present at the conferences, and if we can remain at the present moment, we can really listen to the voices, and we can really listen to what you really want to convey. So remaining at the present moments truly allow us to understand the reality as it is, and the spiritual joy at everything we do. So whatever we do, whether it's positive things or negative things, or whatever is bad experience, a good experience, everything is a good experience because there is a spiritual understanding, a spiritual joy, and which induces the mental calmness and wisdoms that our mind has already been trained. And professors and Singh has already talked about the consciousness. It really shifts the consciousness. So the higher the consciousness, the wider the consciousness, the more we can understand the situation. So these are a couple of things that we expect from leading a spiritual path. What is spirituality in that sense? From the literature reviewed again before I proceed to the Buddhism, a natural aspect of human functioning. So it is really about human functioning. So which professors Regina has already mentioned about human development. So it is really about bringing our function of human being to the best. We have been given a good human. We have been given a human bodies. We have been given a human's brain, a human's mind, human's emotion. But are we functioning it to the best we can? The God probably, or the universe has programmed us to the genetic DNA. But are we doing it? Are we able to function? So it's a very important things that we can do that with the spirituality helping us to function properly. And it is also a resource for coping with the human life experiences. So people, when they have events, life events like cancers, they rely on spirituality as a resources for helping them to cope with the events. And it's a lifespan processes, and which is a very important pillar of livelihood. So if we want to get the right livelihood, a good career, a good living, that spirituality really counts. So it direct one to, as I mentioned about as professors and things that talk about consciousness, and so it is really about directing we to a wider, to a divine, holistic, pure consciousness, and that consciousness putting us into a positions to guide us to develop our mind, so that our minds becomes more conscious, conscientious of things, and becomes more stable and non-perturbed at all instances, and our heart becomes more sincere with the love, and not that kind about a love, but the love with the universal types of transcendental types of peaceful love that we devote, give unbiased to people. And then, of course, we have the intellectual activities, what we're doing, behaviors that we demonstrate, and the livelihood we live and we dedicate. And so it really spiritual thing is really contributions to develop our mind, heart, and body. And again, I added these slides because at the very moments professors BS talk about the differences between religions or similarity between religion and spirituality. So I immediately put on this slide just to bring in the discussion. So religions proper breed could refer to an organized systems of belief and practices associated with particular, religious traditions or things like that. But then spirituality, it is a natural aspect of human functioning, which I have just talked about. And Professors Regina's talked about it, the human functioning. And so it is really a natural aspect of human functioning. It is about how we bring about to the fullest what we as a human should functions and capable of functioning, and which relates to whatever the beliefs and behaviors and coexistence with the nature. Okay, so religions and spirituality, there are distinct and yet they are connected and related to certain extent. They are forging for having a good connections with oneself, understanding oneself better, because we understand the world and then try to be transcending beyond the worldly events. So there are certain similarities, but then there are slightly different in the sense. So religions and spirituality, there are similar, similar and differences to certain extents. And what spirituality can be developed independently from the organized and institutionalized religions, which we have just mentioned, but again, if you look into the on the other side, religions, all the religions really, they are interested in matters that are very spiritual. Okay, so there you can look at, there are certain things, but again, spirituality transcends the religious belief. It transcends because it looks into the nature as it is, and the functioning as it is. And use that natural functioning. For example, Professor Emphasis talk about the protein and the perceptions and things like that. So these are very much natural functioning, and we use both spirituality things or religion thing to influence the belief and our views. In Buddhism, so we're slowly moving into Buddhism. In Buddhism, very important thing is we have to understand what really drive our thought processes, what really drive our functioning, whether it is good functioning, or we are moving into the right functioning, or moving into the productive functioning, or we're moving into very much unproductive functioning, or experiences. It very much depends on the belief and the view. So if we change our view, then we change the way we function, and we change the way we experiences with the stimulations in the world, with the signals, and generates respective outcome. And so this functioning and experiences such as involving cognitions, emotions, behavioral manifestation, interpersonal, intrapersonal relationships and interactions and engagements, or whichever physiological issues or activity, it really depends on the view. So a very much important thing is that we have to get into understanding the mind perspective of the views and belief, and meditation. The views and beliefs are very much different from the cognition. Well, there are structured cognitions, but what I'm trying to say is that Buddhism's slightly different in the sense that we have to get the mind to really understand by itself, and so the mind is different from the brain. Okay, that is a slightly different things between Buddhisms and I'm not so sure. We have a lot of. I think this is a good initiations that we discussed together. But then again, Buddhism it's where we focus on the mind. And the mind gets different from the brain, and the mind, through the meditations processes, would be able to understand and develop the consciousness, and through the consciousness, slowly, because consciousness brings us to the events, to the signals, to whichever comes into our mind, and from there we slowly develop. Things are always changing. Why we are so stubborn, sticking to that? We have been, why we are so deluded, and why we are so sticking to a view that we don't embrace other views, and that is not brain matter. It is about the mind capable to really instantaneously understanding, the view. So Buddhism, therefore, starting to form a good procedures and understanding that the views will drive the thoughts and will drive your behaviors, which manifested in terms of speech, actions, and your career and livelihood, and that creates the propensity, dispositions, human behavior. So the human behavior are really a result of a systems or activity that we do it again and again, and habitually through encountering and with the social, with the educations, with the object of contact, with the attention, and things like that. And that becomes our human personalities and latent propensities. That latent personalities and propensities are the driving forces that bring us to act again and again and again with all kind of qualia, so qualities of the mind, which is like attachments. We really desire things and we attach to certain thing. Oh, this is beautiful, I really hate it. So it's the hatred or delusions, not so sure which one is right. I'm having doubt on it, and which one is the right way, which one is the wrong way. I'm very proud of myself and I stick to certain views. All these qualities of minds coming from latent propensity as a result of our continuous action, driving by our thoughts and views continuously. That, to Buddhist philosophy, is called the wrong views. Wrong views, the views we put wrongly, drive our thoughts in the wrong direction. And that wrong thoughts, wrong views drive wrong speech, wrong action, wrong livelihood, creating a lot of greed, hatred, and delusion, and egoisms, and things like that. And which we can, if we make use of what I have just spoken to you, the views drive the thought, intentions drive the behaviors, create the performances, and it's basically you can use that. You can use that to do consumer behaviors. You can do that. You can use that in a simple sense, like Professor emphasis talk about practical spiritual things. So at the very fundamental practical things, without like loving kindness, without getting into the meditation, you can do a lot of wonders, even with this simple logics behind the Buddhist philosophy, which most of us are familiar, that the views drive the thought, drive the intentions, drive the behavior, creating the performances through what we see, hear, smell, eat, experience, feel, think, learn, satisfy, unsatisfied, blah, blah, blah. So the stimuluses, the stimulation, the stimulus creating the organism, which drives our response. And because of these stimulus organisms, in terms of humans viewing it, thinking about it, intention about it, behavior about it, and responding accordingly, it has a lot of applications in human resource development. For example, to develop the right views, inculcating, nurturing organizational culture, which is a view. And the organizational culture, bring everybody to think in a very much well proven way, and that well-proven way drive the collective behaviors of the organizations and deliver the performance as expected. And so, I demonstrated this at very international symposiums and conferences with about 600 international audiences, and won the best papers rewards from the Emirate as well as from the Mahidol University. So 2 awards from that particular Buddhist philosophy in terms of consumer behaviors and CRM. So in a sense, I have another publications in which is about the Buddhist epistemology. Which what I'm trying to say is that, so if we want to change, we know that the wrong views drive wrong thoughts, which drive the wrong speech, actions, and livelihood, which creates the mind propensity or personalities, which creating the vicious cycles again and again. So how do we get away from that vicious cycle. That is called spiritual path, and that spiritual path is trying to put the views from the wrong side to the right side. So we are trying to create right view. So the Buddhism, the Buddha taught us the right view, create the right thought, create the right speech, create the right action, create the right livelihood, and of course, if you don't do any meditation, that will gives you a very good, a good personalities and a very good life and performance. And that speech, actions, and livelihood becomes the ground for virtues and precepts. Without the virtues and precepts, you can't really do anything, because without virtue, there is no stability, there is no tranquility, there's no calmness. And therefore, through this speech, right action, right livelihood, it has already put us into a good position. And Buddha taught us to go one step further, which is called meditative training, meditation. So what exactly is meditation? Because we already have a good groundwork on our virtues and precept, which brings our tranquility, mind into tranquility and stability. That will give us the samadhi in the beginning to start working on a higher level of consciousness training and purifications and development. So this meditations training really involve right effort. Okay, something is not right, put it right. Something is wrong, try to reduce it and eliminate it. Something is good, do it again and again. And something is that is very good and has not been done, try to do it. And right mindfulness, put the mind at the present moment. Do not move your mind backward to the past, and do not try to move your mind to the future. Because when the mind is putting at the present moment, the mind is capable of understanding the reality. When we are able to understand the reality, we are able to understand the world as it is. There is no need to get disturbed. There is no need to be so reactive to the world. The world, it is as it is. Okay, and then we will be able. It doesn't mean we are reacting to it. It means that once we understand the world as it is, then we forms a knowledge. We forms the wisdom. That knowledge and wisdom is called the right view. So the right view will create the right strategy. The right strategy will lead us to right speech, right actions, and right creativities and innovation. Then the world becomes better world. So Buddhism is not passive. Buddhism is really very active, and MIT University has already applied it to medicine, and has applied it to the theory of yield in organizational learning and spiritual development and paradigm shifting in supply chain development, because instead of going to the repetitive vicious cycle, we stopped our thinking processes at the present moment to see the real world as it is, developing the right view, then drive the right strategies and develop the right planning and procedures and processes. So it created the right concentration as a result. And because of that, our minds becomes very wise mind, wisdom, consciousness, purify, and we know the world as it is, and the views will be reacted, will be changed automatically. So the key differences between the psychology, we have to understand the Buddhist meditation is trying to get into the mind, looking into the mind as an entity that we really is without the control of the brain. We have a problems with the mind because our brain try to become the masters of the mind. So if we be mindful, we will be understanding, our mind is disturbing. Our mind is causing us a lot of problem. Our mind is giving us a lot of reading, a lot of messages. And if we stop all these issues, the mind start to take control. And the consciousness start to be more and more purified, because we are not disturbed by certain things. that is, and to do that, we have a lot of epistemological paradigms, such as we have learned positivism, post-positivism, structuralism, critical theory. All these are epistemological issues that has been discussed from the Buddhist perspective, and I have done with that journals. You can look at it. You can apply because of that virtual ground. The corporate social responsibility CSR therefore has three importance for virtuous reality. One is the behavioral virtue, which I already talked about it. Right view, right thought is a cognitive virtue, and then the outcome is a virtuous outcome. So our virtue has already everywhere. Thinking it's a virtue, cognitive it's a virtue, behavior it's a virtue, outcome it's a virtue, and with that virtue we can influence the external world better. And that was in my text in the books that I wrote, and therefore you can have a virtual driving force in corporate social responsibility, which would drive your corporate social responsiveness and corporate social rectitude, which is in terms of your attitudes and your commitments of doing things and deliver the corporate social performances, which we have. This is the models which we talk about in sustainability and social enterprises and business ethics. So in conclusion, we are therefore seeing two sides of the world. The right view, right thought, speeches and things like that, if you put it wrong, it will go into the wrong side, and which will create propensity, personality that has great hatred, delusions, and the doubt and pride and wrong views and egoism, which will create suffering. On the other hand, if you add on with the meditations, training, right efforts, right mindfulness, right concentrations, and putting your views right, everything gets in the constant change, everything gets blah blah blah. We're not going to get into the detail. Then it will create a tranquilized, wise mind, and that tranquilized, wise mind is not brain. And of course, it influences the brain, all right? Because the brain is basically the body is part of the mind. You change your mind, you change your brain, you change your brain, you change your body, is your action, and then the tranquilized, wise mind will be liberating us, and that from the Buddhist perspective, we call nirvana or nirvana. So nirvana is not; it's on the other side. And it's not disturbed by the greed, no greed, nothing happens, nothing arises, nothing disappears, everything is as it is, there is no reaction to that. And so the last page for my last page is that if you can like sort of putting into the automatic control systems like robotics, like for example, your goal is nirvana, which is no defilement. And therefore, when you generate, because our mind is not yet purified to the extent of able to have no defilements, no hatred, no delusion. So we are not getting into the nirvana. So it creates error. It creates error in our mind. That error means disturbances, perturbation. That perturbations are the signals driving our mind controller, which is the Dhamma, which is the right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right meditations in the sense of right efforts, right meditation, mindfulness, and right concentration. That is the controller, the Dhamma. The way to go, and that controller will then change. Mind will slowly adjust our mind, subject our mind into learning, depending upon the stimulations from what we see, what we hear, what we think, what we feel, and whatever, and then mindfully receiving the stimulation, the stimulus, mindfully understanding the stimulus, our mind, which is chitta, the mind. Organisms will change into a purified way, and therefore, because we are being purified, we will respond in a purified way, and then we continue to mindfully taking in the signals again and again and again and again until we the automatic control system. They call minimizations of errors. So Professor Pankaj will talk about fuzzy logic in the sense of in the sense of gradient descent. So that we're slowly descending into the minimum point of error, which is eventually optimization, which is nirvana. Okay, and so really, I'm just sharing with you all my research from step 1 to step 2 to step 3, and so on and so forth. And so this is the end of my presentations, and thank you, everyone, and thank you, Professors MP Singh.
Thank you, sir. Indeed, it was a great presentation indeed. Here, Professor Tan has covered a very wide canvas, a real wide canvas, religion to spirituality to business, and he's given us the profound insights into the subject. His presentation was a multifaceted and a lot of aspects were covered into it. To name a few, to going over it, purification of mind is the most important thing. Just to mention, mind is the best friend, the worst enemy, and most easily trainable. The way you train your mind, it will start behaving like that. And as he was bringing out Buddhism, there is a meditation by the name Vipassana meditation, which was found by Buddha after 7 years of research meditation. And he had felt, he had conviction that if there is a problem, there is a solution. If humans are suffering, then there would be a way that problem can be alleviated. And the method he found was the meditation, which was Vipassana meditation, in which the defilement of the mind are removed. Defilements of the mind like ego, attachment, anger, desire, all these things are gradually removed. And that is what is actually happening. People are not able to remove that because they're not training their mind, because they are not meditating. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that even if people meditate for just 10 minutes to 20 minutes a day, it will transform their life. Today, when we talk of transformation of personalities of the people, we are only working on the outside. Outside would be the physical part. People would like to go to spas, to health resorts, to good food, and all those kinds of things which are only on the body. At the most, people work on their minds. But working on the body and the mind is not adequate. One has to work on the spirituality, one has to work on inner self first, alongside the outer. Outer, there is no issue. One ought to be working. But we are sometimes neglecting the inner part, the inner development. He had only covered the diversity part. Diversity will come only when you have love for people, when you understand that there is only one source that we all belong to. We all come from the same source. Otherwise, you will really create diversity amongst people, amongst other living things, including vegetation, including animals, birds, and everything. So, diversity will only come through love, and love will come through your management of mind, the training of mind. Remaining in the present was a wonderful point given. We are invariably fluctuating. Our mind is like a monkey. Monkey flits from one tree to another, one branch to another, never stable. Similarly, mind is never stable. Mind is never calm. And therefore, it is moving from past to the future, future to the past, never stays in the present moment. And that is the cause of all the agony. When we are in future, we are worried. When we are in the past, we are guilty of certain things. So how we can become aware of the present moment, that again will come with your Vipassana meditation. Personal transformation I've covered. So spirituality would mean you start manifesting spirituality in your behavior, in your day-to-day life, only when we understand life, when we begin to be grateful for what we have, what the Creator has given to us. What are we meant for? What is the purpose of life? We ought to be understanding the life at that level. Everything is a good experience. And he's rightly covered that everything that happens for good. We may realize it later. There's certain things we may not like at the moment, but there is a greater design. We are trying to jump the divine planning and the divine timing. We're trying to interfere with that, and therefore all the problem occurs and source of unhappiness. I would like to quote my example. I was selected for the armed forces in the year 1974. July course. I had to attend the July course in 1970. But I had six toes. I had six toes in my feet, and accordingly, I was medically rejected, and I was all worried that my course mates will be senior to me, my classmates will be senior to me. But subsequently, when I joined, having become fit in shape one, we are calling it shape 193. I joined Corps of Signals. Corps of Signals is a technical arm. With that, I did my BTech. With that, I did my MTech. And with that, I could do my PhD. So God really knows where to put you, which channel to put you, at what time to put you through. But we become restless and therefore uneasy. And we begin to take recourse to certain other means. Right. And Buddha, he has wonderfully covered about the eightfold path and corrected it beautifully with the with the business and the CSR. And what is more important, I would like to bring out here is spirituality and religion are same in certain aspects and different in certain aspects. But one cannot confuse one with another. Both are important. I'm not decrying that one should not be religious. People are very religious, but they are not spiritual, not in the least. Moment they come out from the religious place, the workshop, the worship place, they start criticizing people. They start doing whatever. Whereas a spiritual person may not have visited any temple or a worship place, but he would be a good man inside. So, what is important is how you can be good inside. Outside does not really matter over a period of time. And lastly, I will leave it with the word that we ought to be developing a balance between the materialistic world where we're living, our root chakra, and our crown chakra, the divine world, the spiritual world. The one cannot live without the two. One cannot be comfortable if one is not balancing the two worlds, the spiritual and the materialistic world. So spirituality would not mean that you live a beggar's life, shed everything, go to mountains, jungles. No, it would mean that you live in this life, do your duty, understand yourself, understand the world, and manifest the qualities peace, purity, power, love, bliss, happiness, and spiritual knowledge. So once you are able to manifest that, living in this world, at the same time live with the affluence, that is the real life that you are living. So balance is very important. I would thank Dr. Tan again for wonderful illustrations which he has given, a very, very wide and profound exposure he has given to the subject. I'm really grateful to him. And in the bargain, as I was listening to him, I also many things into my mind. Thank you so much, sir, indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, MP Singh sir and Dr. Tan. So now I invite. Professor P.K. Srivastava, the ex-president of Veteran Academy of India, and the chairperson of the session is Professor B.S. Bist, the president of Veteran Academy of India. Sir B.S. Bist Singh, sir, is here. Professor B.S. Bist. The president. Yes, sir, I am waiting. The president. Professor B.S. Bist is here. I think he is not visible. Okay. So, on behalf of the President FAI, I'm just introducing. In the meantime, he will join to chair the session. I'm introducing Professor P.K. Srivastava. Professor P.K. Srivastava is a senior academician in the field of agriculture and food sciences. He had been the Dean of Faculty of Agriculture Sciences, Central Agriculture University, Manipur. He had been chairperson of the Faculty of Agriculture Sciences, Aligarh Muslim University, and had been the senior scientist in the various positions in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. He is the founder president of Veteran Academy of India since 2016 to 2019. Valuable guidance he provided for the successful implementation of the program that we used to design I'm grateful to Professor P.K. Srivastava for his various contribution. And here, as our president is not visible, so I, on behalf of the president, B.S. Bish sir, because he's, I think, maybe, I invite Professor P.K. Srivastava to deliver a talk on the topic spirituality and its relation with food. Actually, I thought because P.K. Srivastava sir and both are P.S. Bish sir, both are concerned with the food sciences related issues. So I thought this will be a nice combination. So now, in the meantime, he would like to join. I think I will try to contact him where it is. So, P.K. Srivastava sir, you are welcome
Thank you.
to deliver the
Thank
talk.
you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Pankaj, for very nice words for me. And it would have been very good from past president to present president. But nevertheless, my talk is a little bit philosophical. You have heard Dr. MP Singh, various other speakers, and then Dr. Tan. Different types of the definitions of spirituality are emerging. Now, to a food scientist, what is it? This may be a question. Uh, just wait for a minute. Let me come to my slides. I am thankful to my colleague, Dr. Akshay Jain, who is with me to help me in this presentation. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for me to show you the slides which I have tried to prepare. So, I am starting with certain questions related to spirituality, which has been discussed by various speakers, and then try to find what is correlation, what type of food, and whether a food has some effect on this most researched topic of today. Next. So, to find answers of following four questions, that's the basic issue. What is the meaning of spirituality? I will not go. We have heard so many speakers very scientifically presenting, but something I will touch. My question is that is the spirituality practiced for search for a meaning, purpose, and direction in our life? Second, spirituality is a function of well-being, happiness, stress, health management, both of course, physical and mental, and wisdom. Yes or no? I'm not questioning at this moment whether it is yes or no. To me, as a food scientist, food has a significant effect on all these factors of a happy life. And finally, what is the role of food in practicing spirituality? These are the questions which I would like to find answer in this presentation. So, what is my hypothesis? Spirituality, like food, is not merely about theories or concepts, but is deeply embedded in practical elements of our life. If so, then my answer is there. Then food has a positive correlation with the spirituality. This is my hypothesis. Now, let me say, I am quoting Bhagavad Gita, the great Indian holy book, written about 3,000 years before Christ, so almost 6,000 years back. It says, as the food, so is the mind. As the mind, so is the mind. Chapter 4, verses 39 and 40 of that Bhagavad Gita. Second, again from the same, what Mahabharata says, he who takes food in proper measure, I'm repeating, kindly note it, he who takes food in proper measure lives a long life and lives without disease, gets strength and alertness of mind. However, his children are born healthy and without any deformity or disease. This is another quotation. So, from these two Indian visions, Well recorded, as I mentioned, about 3,000 years back before Christ, 6,000 almost from here. Spirituality seems to be a function of the food, as these two 6,000 years back recorded theories are there. So, by considering various regions and purposes for practicing spirituality, also it seems we will see in the next slides that food has a positive correlation with spirituality in the present time. Now, I am starting what is the definition of spirituality, a little bit different from the Indian perspective point of view. It's from Sanskrit, Adhyatma. There are two words, Adi, that means pertaining to the topic, related to the topic, and second word is Atma, Atmana, that means soul. So Adi and Atma, these are the two words which calls it Adhyatma, which is spirituality. According to this definition, the term spirituality deals with understanding the nature of soul and our journey of identifying ourselves with the soul and experimenting it with as if they are one. So, soul and identifying ourselves. So, spirituality guides us how to be blissful, joyful. It contains all the knowledge and memories about past, present, and future. It was mentioned earlier also. It is the knowledge of infinity, that is the knowledge of all subjects covering the whole physical world, the subtle world, unseen world, all the physical and spiritual regions, frequencies, energies, vibrations, positive and negative entities, and all living as well as non-living beings in the universe. So quality is very important. The human spirit of soul, which is opposed to the material or physical things. That means the knowledge and memories about past, present, and future. This is another way. So we can say cultivating our body, mind, emotion, and energy to a certain level. I will not go in detail. It is something sometimes thought as if it is destiny, and it is not religion. Dr. Tan also mentioned, and earlier also it was mentioned. Dr. MP Singh also highlighted that. But let me say, I'm asking a question to myself. If it depends on destiny, so can't one change his destiny? Normally, no. But if he has determination and drive, probably he can. Recall the words of Will Harris that you can do anything you dream of achieving, provided you have the ABC of success. What are these three words ABC? Attitude, behavior, and change. So with this three words, we will see what happens. Now, food, what I am talking here, well, there are so many definitions. What we eat, well, virtually it means a balanced food, which includes a variety of edibles in appropriate quantities and proportions so that the need of nutrients is met adequately to promote and preserve the health. That's the basic definition of food. Food is linked to our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. This is what I am writing, and this is what I am trying to point out. Now, if so, spirituality has a positive correlation with nutrients from both religious and non-religious perspectives. So, this is where we are taking. One thing I would like to say here again: look back, get experience, look forward, see hope. Look around, found reality, and look within yourself, find yourself. So, if we go to the science of spirituality, there are two regions of being born. I mentioned destiny. That means a man, Indian philosophy says that there are so many lives. So you have to complete the destiny cycle. That is complete karma in Hindi or Sanskrit. And the other is to grow spirituality. So what happens? Practicing spirituality as per universal principle helps both these purposes. It helps to burn the adverse destiny that causes unhappiness and allows us to grow spirituality. So this word has two meanings. Next, irrespectivity of religion, gender, so and so, look towards spirituality to find solutions of our unhappiness. This is another definition. When spirituality is practiced. Now, spiritual science research foundation says that the root causes of difficulties in our life may be psychological and or physical, about 20% weightage. Spiritual and psychological and or physical 30% weightage, and purely spiritual 50% in nature. So if we analyze these three things come according to this research foundation. Now let me ask one question. If we see, interestingly, all major life events such as marriage, good or bad relationship, serious accidents, major illness, birth, death, time, place, etc., are due to one's destiny. Is it not so? And we will like to change our destiny by our karma. So the solution of a problem needs to be at their corresponding level. Now let us see what meaning to the corresponding level. If there is a physical problem, solution should be physical. If there is a psychological problem, there should be a psychological solution. And if there is a spiritual problem, there should be a spiritual solution. Now, internal clarity leads to external solution. Making internal challenges to accommodate external changes is reactive. Spirituality is related to wellness, to create a world of wellness in which everyone is happy, healthy, and wealthy. So, word comes wisdom. I will not go much in detail, but then I have highlighted wisdom may be considered as the capability of a person to analyze critically a solution in all the perspectives, arriving at various implications of actions, taking the correct decision, and ensuring their implementation. Uh, Three methods of learning wisdom: reflection, imitation, and experience, which is, of course, the bit rest. In life, wisdom along with the virtues and wisdom, all three are very important. Self management and acquisition of knowledge. Wisdom comes by learning art of self management, acquisition of knowledge, managerial skills, leaderships, and oversight, etc. So we find something wisdom is taking us towards spirituality. Now that reminds me another quotation. Information is not knowledge, knowledge is not wisdom, and wisdom is not foresight. Each grows out of each other, and we need all of them. So wisdom is knowing what to do next. Skill is knowing how to do it, and virtue is doing it. By Jordan. I'm taking you to different words and then try to connect. Happiness is another issue which I have referred earlier. One of the most important objectives and ultimate aim of the human life, and it relates to success. A unsuccessful man will never be happy. Wisdom has to be there. Plato has mentioned the virtue of wisdom as knowledge of God and courage to act accordingly. Now I was reading and I found that there are 7 steps of happiness, namely, well, think less, feel more, fear less, love more, complain less, appreciate more, watch less, do more, judge less, accept more, talk less. Of course, I'm talking too much. Talk less, listen more, frown less, smile more. So 7. Now, to be happy, facts of the life: F, forgiveness; A. Accept our mistakes. C. Cry, repent, and move. And thank God. T for thank God. So these are the four words. Fact. We should remember that life is a function of three experiments, three XPS, EXPS, namely experience, expectation, and experimentation. Yesterday was our experience, today is our experimentation, and tomorrow will be expectation. So we have to use our experience in our experimentation to achieve our expectations. So we can say happiness can't be traveled to, can't be owned, earned, worn, or consumed. It is a spiritual experience of living every minute of the life with love, grace, and gratitude. Another thing comes stress. I will not go in detail, but yes, what type of stress? I think Dr. MP Singh mentioned many things: mental, emotional, physical, and social well-being. So it is nothing more than an individual's failure to balance his or her life cycle. By the way, somewhere I read that 2020 will be one of the most stress period, and unfortunately, COVID has shown us that stress is there. There are so many say symptoms. I will not be going in detail. Mental inability to cope up with the daily routine of life, lack of concentration, and so on. Physical, different type of diseases and health issues. Social, criticism of everyone. Quarrelsome nature, lack of intimate relationship. Smoking, drinking, feeling of heavy workload, loneliness, short temper, etc. I have made a note here. A stressed person may experience some of these symptoms, not all. Factors responsible for stress are, of course, negative mindset, sophisticated life, emotional regions, mental botherations, social, financial, professional, physical, environmental changes, and so on. Two components of stress management had been mentioned earlier by Dr. MP Singh: circumstances, events, and attitude. Let us skip this for the time being. Human science is working that way. Human one now main focus was on food. Our Indian philosophy says there are three types of food. One, again Sanskrit I am putting sattvic, which is whole, natural, and organic. These type of foods are fruits, vegetables, grains, honey, and like which are good for we say calmness, peace, digestion, and health. The second group is Rasik, that is royal type. Well, nothing bad. It's highly spicy, but not good for meditation. Our literature says. And third is Tamasic, the bad one, which are heavy, laden, and they don't have any kilojoule energy. So if we define food in these three ways, so in this manner reflects our physiology, psychology, thoughts, emotions, spirituality, etc. Food affects our feeling, thinking, behavior, sleep, stress levels of physical activity, etc. Now, every food we eat has a spiritual and energetic effect on the body, mind, and spirit. Becoming aware of this fact, what I just now mentioned, and working it with consciously in the foundation is the foundation of spiritual nutrition. Food types serve powerfully to guide our thoughts, emotions. All these things are very much effective. So the question, and probably the big question to me, what is the correlation of food? I have talked about spirituality, stress, and so many things. So what is the correlation of food with physical and mental health and spirituality? So if we go with the food science, Food affects spirituality in three respects, namely energy, positive optimism, and sleep. How? Energy. Spirituality can be seriously affected by the level of energy. Brain needs glucose, a form of energy, to think and focus. When someone is low on energy, focusing on something and concentration on it is difficult. That is the heart of the spirituality. Now in India, there is a quotation I will quote in Hindi and then translate it. Bhukhe bhajan na hoye gopala. It is said that with an empty stomach, you cannot even remember God. Bhukhe bhajan hoye na gopala. So good food gives us endless energy. So something to relate it. Second is optimism, positive thoughts. We know, we practice it. I will say we have experience. Positive thoughts lead to positive actions and impact our spirituality. Similarly, negative thoughts lead to negative actions and in turn spirituality. Very simple. Issue is sleep. A sound sleep due to good food is helpful in proper physical and mental health. So that means if we try to analyze, I am giving two things, two words. Immunity required. Immunity will give you a strength for a good health and for mental spirituality. So you can say immunity is defined as the ability of an organism, for example, in present case human body, to resist a particular infection or toxin by the action of specific antibodies or sensitized white blood cells. It is also defined as a condition of being able to resist a particular disease, especially through preventing development of pathogenic microorganisms or by counteracting the effects of its products. Scientific definition: food which are immunity boosting, offering resistance to viral diseases. I am talking in the COVID scenario also, and help in removing stresses are very much in demand nowadays. Their use from disease management and stress removal point of view has assumed great role in modern life and especially in this COVID-19 period also. There are so many types of foods which are immunity boosting. Fruits I have mentioned here, vegetables, spices, medicinal plants, many others, even some cereals like corn, rice. So that was immunity boosting. I'm taking another aspect, food which are good for the stress management point of view. So stress, Dr. Singh has mentioned too much about it. So there are so many types of factors which are responsible for one, and these are the foods which are good from stress management. There are about 34 essential nutrients which are required, and foods I have mentioned. Food not taken means fasting, and this is also useful. So my conclusion again, I am quoting Lord Buddha. Happiness does not depend on what you have or who you are. It solely relies on what you think. Spirituality. Buddha also said that just as a candle cannot burn without fire, man cannot live without a spiritual life. Food affects our feeling, thinking, behavior, well-being, happiness, health, mental alertness, and so on. So we can say there are so many varieties of food available, and what Krishna mentioned 6,000 years back in Mahabharata, it shows that food has a positive factor, positive relation, and because of the stress point of view, immunity point of view, it is related with the human well-being, happiness, and all these are the factors which are leading to spirituality. I think I have tried to explain and to find answer to my own questions. And to me, it seems food, whether it's a good food, sattvic bhojan, it has a direct proportional relationship with the food. Spirituality having direct relation with the food. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now I invite President P.S. Bish, sir, to say a few words about Mr. P.K. Srivastava's country.
Am I audible, Dr.
Yeah, audible,
Srivastava?
sir.
Yeah, you are very much.
Am I? Acha, thank you. It was very interesting indeed. You have tried to join spirituality with the food and with the intake of various ingredients of food. Dr. Srivastava, P.K. Srivastava, had been the Dean of College of Agriculture at Aligarh Muslim University, Aligarh. And then he had also been the Dean at Central Agricultural University in the Department of Agriculture and Food Engineering. And he is a very renowned food scientist and technologist and process engineer in the country. He is regarded very highly as far as these aspects are concerned in whole of the country. I think there could be no better person or very few better people or equivalent people, those who can speak about food. And today he talked about spirituality and how spirituality is linked with intake of different kinds of food, sattvic food, rajasi food, and tamasi food. And these have been categorized right from the very beginning, about 6,000 years ago. He has given examples, and then 3,000 years ago, again, examples were given, and then bringing down it to Lord Buddha, Gautam Buddha, and his teachings. Uh, well, the attitude and behavior, and then the change that these bring have been linked together. What he talked about is physical, mental, and spiritual well-being is dependent on food. Physical, very well. The physical well-being is dependent on food, yes. Various components of food, mental also, and spiritual. And then how these are linked to spirituality. Dr. Srivastava has brought these out very, very clearly. Again, he says that information is not knowledge, and wisdom is not foresight. And similarly, information, knowledge, wisdom, and foresight, these are or virtues. These are linked by Dr. Srivastava. I'm sure that the paper that he will be putting up, giving, jotting down his ideas, jotting down his studies, jotting down his experiences, will be of very high value to all of us. And I will request Dr. Srivastava, please transform your this particular presentation in the form of a paper which will be published in the proceedings of this particular international webinar. Happiness also you have defined very nicely. Happiness is what is very, very important as far as nearness to spirituality is concerned. And you told that unsuccessful
Your audio is not coming.
I think some network issue is there, sir.
Problem.
Okay, okay, sir. Okay.
Happy. Well, this to the wealth. It may not be that more of the wealth and more is the happiness. That relationship does not exist. Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. And I once again, on behalf of the webinar management, as well as myself as president, thank Dr. P.K. Srivastava. Kindly give him some good clap.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And thanks to my colleague, Dr. Akshay Jain, who has helped me in this slide presentation, and Mrs. Srivastava sitting next to me. My Atma. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks, sir. Thanks for your valuable contribution, and thanks from the president to share his valuable views about the talk that is concerned with the food and spirituality. So now I invite Professor Raghu Raman. Professor Raghu Raman is here.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So Professor Raghu Raman, a brief detail about Professor Raghu Raman. I will share about him, and then I will ask Professor P.K. Srivastava to chair the session. Professor P.K. Srivastava, you will have to chair the session, please. So, Professor Raghu Raman is a professor of management in the Ibra College of Management, Oman, and he is concerned with the FAI as an executive council member. Currently, he is providing a good number of training sessions to the management trainees of various organizations. So it's a brief detail about Professor Raghu Raman, and I think Professor P.K. Srivastava is Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir, you will have to chair the session.
No, I thank you, Dr. Sahab. I have got something different to do, right? Please ask somebody else. I will be listening, but I will not be concentrating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you.
That's all right. That's all
Thank
right.
you. So, okay, sir, Professor Raghu Raman, sir.
Yeah, don't worry, sir.
Please give your presentation.
Okay, I am here. I am available.
Okay, sir. Okay, Professor Raghu Raman, sir, please.
Please, sir, please. Thank you, sir.
Sir, try to the time schedule because we are lagging behind the time schedule. One more speaker is there, and our honorable vice president is our Dr. Yana Cord is in a sleeping mode. So because it is, I think it is now 10 p.m. I think will be 10:30 at 10 p.m. will be at Thailand because Dr. Gina has left because that is too late. Dr. Rajiv is here. He is with us. So as we are covering the different time zone, so please, sir,
Yes, sir.
Raghu Raman,
Yes, sir.
sir.
Please, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Please come, sir. Please come. Start your presentation, sir.
Yes.
Sir,
I'm just seeing this. What is that? Is there? Okay. Excuse me. Sharing. Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, it is visible.
Okay.
Very clear.
Yes.
Okay. What happened? Something happened. Screen share only. I'm doing the screen share. Yeah. Okay. Is it visible? Is it visible?
Yes, visible.
Fine, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity given. Good evening to all delegates from India and abroad. In fact, I don't want to take much time. Dr. Pankaj Srivastava has already given there, and many people are very much tired by their faces and body language. I would like to start with a few quotes. My religion is very simple. My religion is kindness. This is quoted by Dalai Lama. We can live without religion and meditation, but we cannot survive without human affection. That's more important thing. Dalai Lama is informed for this. Belief has been most powerful component of human nature that has somewhat been neglected. Yes, the belief is eroded to some extent. In some of the countries, the belief has been eroded. We got to, we must have a strong belief on this thing. But my topic is on religion influences behavior. Why I selected the topic is, when I was in Oman, I see this religion, the religion aspect and the behavior of the students. On the basis only, it struck me there to go for the religion influences behavior of the human behavior, consumer behavior, and also various behavior pattern for this. And this is my brief background. I have for 35 years of experience, visited various countries, A tour board member, keynote and motivational speaker in national international conference, and then I am the person who is the international soft skill trainer also. Now, let's see what is a religion. My topic is related to religion only. There are many definitions out there. Already given a lot of definitions by many people. Religion means a belief. Belief on what? Is spiritual being. That's more important thing. I believe many things are there, intangible belief, I believe, which is not there, I believe. But belief in spiritual beings, it is connected with the religion. It's the name of the belief in that power which gives the internal cleanness. As many people have already informed them, it is the internal cleanness, not external, of a human being. Professor Whitehead has quoted this. It's a recognition of all duties as divine commands. We should, unflinching faith is required and carry out the duties by from commands of the divine. The above definition is one thing common, presence of a supernatural power. A religion, it is above definition is only one thing common by all the three definitions is something a supernatural power. It is the religion for this. You may call it, there is a subtle difference between religion and spirituality. What are the basic elements of religion? There are some common elements of religion. Belief, practice, and ethics. You must believe yourself. You must believe others. You must believe the God. You must say any different name, you can give a different name. And practice what are the religion, you have to practice yourself. And ethics is embedded in the religion. Belief and faith are fundamental elements. There's a certain difference between belief and faith. Unconditional surrender to God is a faith for this thing. Practices leads directly to divine revelation and revealed religions. Ethics, all the religions teach good morality. Any religion, irrespective of any religion, whether Hindu religion or Islamic religion or Christian religion, Buddhist religion, any religion relieves good morality is more important thing to the followers. That's the fundamental things. Now, I'm going to ask a question. Religion versus spirituality, is there any difference? One side, both are same to some extent. A subtle difference is there, but actually there is a difference is there. When you say religion, it's a personal set or institutional system. The attitudes, beliefs, and practices. Again, what I said is coming back to this. Attitude, beliefs, and practices. The service and worship of God are the supernatural. What are maybe things are that? What are the form of a God? Worship of God, it may be a God in the form of an idol or any supernatural power. This is a part of religion. And this is spirituality. It is, many people define spirituality. Spirituality is an aspect of humanity. It is considered with humanity. Refers to the way individuals seek and express a meaning. I want to seek the spiritual nature. One side we can go, when you go for spiritual quotient, that's a part of spirituality is there for this. The way they experience in their connectedness. I have some experience with the God or with some spiritual nature. And togetherness, that is the spiritual nature and spiritual connectedness cannot be explained. It should be, you must feel the spirituality for these things. What is the impact of religion in society? India is a place known for various religious diversity. All the significant religions in the world like Hinduism, Christianity, Islam, Sikhism, Buddhism, Jainism are found in India because of diversity. Individuals having a place with a specific religion merely distinguish themselves with a religious gathering. Religion helps in the advancement of moral qualities. When you go for moral qualities, religion helps us care for the guardians, care for the kids, care for the elderly people, and then genuineness, your values lectured by religion. Religious goes about as powerful instrument as a social control. So religion is a very important thing for this. Now, let me come to the next point. Behavior. Now, my topic is religion influences behavior. What is it? Behavior. What is the cause of behavior? Behavior are two kinds. One is inherited, another is learned. Inherited by physical characteristics, behavior, intelligence, age, religion. These are all inborn, inherited for them. It is coming from these things. So father is that these characteristics we may also follow for this. Learned behavior is personality. You learn something. This sort of iconic personalities are there. You learn from them. And perception. Oh, this is a perception. Mr. Singh was telling about the perception is nothing but from your point of view, what you think is a point of view from your side. Attitude is more important thing. Attitude determines altitude. A positive attitude, right attitude determines your positive behavior and right behavior. Value system is very important thing, that is learned. Somebody can say value system is already will be there. Somebody can know the value system. With this, I would like to say a few words on this. How the religion influences behavior. Belief influences human behavior because every religion is different, thereby their beliefs are also different. Religion is different, their belief also different. The belief system can influence human behavior, yes. I'll also explaining how it is impossible to make sure that impact is always a positive. The impact is on maybe at times negative also for that. I'll begin with the influence. What do you mean influence? The influence of belief system by people starts from their head. I believe something else from their head. You can see from the heart and from the mind is very important thing. But when you believe the belief system, by start from their head. What you believe is very important thing. If you believe negative things are there, it is a negative only. If I say something negative aspect of negative thinking, your belief is negative, it goes negative only. Our experiences, environment, and even genetics from our belief and attitudes. In turn, these beliefs influence our behavior. What are the belief of that? Belief of that previous generation in 5,000 years before, some beliefs are there. That beliefs have been followed now. Maybe changing, modified, but the basic belief is always is there. That beliefs influences our behavior current also. And determine our actions. What are the behavior that determine our action? Behavior determine our action. Beliefs that are widely accepted become part of our culture. And in many ways, we shape the society, what we live in. It shapes the society. Most religions enforce moral behavior. What is the behavior? There are many behaviors are there. Student behavior, consumer behavior, and then the behavior pattern of the family behavior, many behavior there. But all the behaviors through on the moral behavior is very important thing. Are the positive or negative enforcement by using God-fearing? When they go for negative enforcement, God is there. God will punish you there. That's what they have been practicing for this. God-fearing element like the scriptures. Our scripture said like this, such as concept of karma, reincarnation in Hinduism. I'm not telling all the religions. Each religion is following in different things. Heaven, hell, and salvation in Christianity. Paradise and hell in Islamism. Peaceful and peaceful afterlife is incarnation in Chinese like this. Different religion follow the different way by their God-fearing. Yes, if you do these things, you will be affected. So thereby, the behavior will be changed there. The behavior will be changed according to the religious aspects. The reincarnation of Buddhism. The religious scriptures or rituals act as a moral reminder. We have religious scriptures. Every religion has got the scriptures are there. The scriptures depict the value system and also moral behavior, moral reminder. Through we are acting as a impulse to act as a moral and honest manner. Because the religious says we are still following for this thing. I don't want to take much time for this. And let me conclude the session because the time is very short. Let me conclude session. It is important to note that although religious beliefs may play a role in some of the actions, yes, but it is not only the factor that influences behavior. Religious also not only factor influence behavior, rather it is an important factor in a pool of other factors. There are religion influence behavior was one factor. Other factors also influence the behavior is genetics. Your genetics is there. The genetics and the previous birth, previous generation is there. Where you are there, the environment of the various countries differ, thereby their behavior also differ. When I've been to various countries in USA, UK, their behavior is different. When I'm in India, their behavior is different. Thailand, I've been there, their behavior is different. And parenting plays a vital role for the change of the behavior of the students. The parenting nowadays, the coaching is very important. and parenting role is a place vital role, it drives it, and the needs that determine our behavior. These are the ways. One is religion plays a vital role for the behavior. Not only religion, I'm substituting with these. Other than there's also factors also genetics, environment, parenting that determines our behavior. So when I was there in Oman, I have seen a lot of things are there, how these people behave because of the religion plays a vital role or behavior. So on the basis only, I've selected the topic. Thank you very much for the opportunity given. And because short of time, I have prepared at length. I could not spare much time for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Raghuman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir, would you like to say a few words about Raghu Raman's contribution? Professor P.K. Srivastava, sir, would you like to say a few words?
The floor is open for anything else.
He's in a
no
speech.
problem. May I request Professor D.S. Bisser say a few words about
yeah. I'm very much delighted from the harsh mouth of the Professor Bishit.
Sure.
Yeah,
Professor Bisser, yes.
Your presentation was very, very good. And I must say that it was very impressive. You have tried to draw as to how the religion also affects spirituality and then the ways of life, leading the life. And maybe different ways are there, different alternatives are available. These may be all right as far as you are concerned, and then leading the life is concerned. However, as far as spirituality is concerned, it may have different connotations for different kinds of situations. Whereas the spirituality, as you have defined, could be one which is helping others also. Not only that, it takes care of you and mentally and physically, but also others. In totality, I find that your presentation was a mix of the spirituality aspects along with religion, and then the base with the science and technology. Thank you very much for your very impressive presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Raghu Raman. Thanks, Professor Bisser, for valuable words about the presentation of Dr. Raghu Raman. So, give a big hands to Professor Raghu Raman, sir. And now,
because
I
of short of
invite,
time, I could cut short my speech. I'm sorry for that.
Okay, sir, because we are already lagging behind the schedule. Our honorable president is Professor Yanakur is a little bit tired. So,
yeah, I know that.
so I am inviting Professor Arceloni to take the chair and to proceed the matters. Professor Arceloni, and it is the turn of our young, dynamic organizing secretary, Dr. Beatrice.
Yes, now it is Beatrice speaking, yes?
Yes. You will chair.
Yes, all right. Yes, I'm in chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Once more, I would like to introduce you Professor Dr. Beatriz Salvador Bisotto, who works at Unifavest, FACVest University Center. She is a postdoctoral student at the University of Aveiro in Portugal. She is a PhD in business administration and is graduation, and she also has a master in business administration, specializations in controllership and she is graduated in accounting science. As she is also a judicial expert. She is a leader of a research group at Unifavest, and also she is projecting a journal where she is the editor. She will talk about spiritualism, a necessity of a human life. Professor Beatriz, work is yours.
Yes.
Beatrice, Dr. Beatrice.
Good afternoon, good evening, everybody. It's an honor to be here. Mainly to Dr. Pankaj that I have a special way, a FAI for trusting me to choose the themes of the webinar, and for Arceloni for all the support that she gives me every time. And for our university, UNIFAC-West, to accept our collaboration with FAI to be possible to perform this webinar. Thank you very much. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with the quality of the webinar and the quality of the topics of the participants. Thank you very much. In a minute, I'm going to put my PPT. Just for a second, okay? Mm-hmm.
Session. Yeah, agora acreditar. Aqui, ó.
Parar?
Não, por exemplo, abre cadê o... Aqui, ó. Onde é que tá o arquivo? Olha aqui, ó. Não. Onde é que tá? Isso aqui, ó. Binário em inglês. Esse aqui, esse aqui. Aqui que não vê. É, aqui, ó. Esse aqui. Aqui, ó. Aí, vocês estão vendo.
Can you see my PPT?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to start. Sorry about the delay. Okay. Today we're going to talk about spiritualism, necessity of human life. We are having a kind of problem here. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Okay, methodology, bibliometric analysis, Scopus research base, fields, title, abstract, and keywords, only in articles. Keywords, spirituality and quality of life, treatment and analysis, tab and graphics. Here we have the results of 1,444 documents of the period from 2010 to 2020. The articles found are most in the area of the medicine, psychologists, social science, health professions, business management, and accounting. This is the number of the results of the articles found, 1,444, and the number of year. It's possible to observe that the major number of publications about the topic, it started in 2015. And just in 2020, it's already possible to find more than 2,000 publications. Here are the documents found by country or territory. The documents found about spirituality and quality of life are most found in the United States. In Brazil is the second, and in the United Kingdom in the third score here. Treatment and analysis of three most cited articles in 2020. Growth, a journey from experience to higher perception among Iranian Muslim CPR survivors. We have here the authors of the articles. Then we have the effectiveness of spiritual therapy on spiritual well-being, self-esteem, and self-efficacy in patients on hemodialysis. Then we have the name of the author again. Attachment to Australia, attachment to God, and quality of life outcomes among African Christian diasporas in New South Wales, a cross-sectional study. And we have the other two. Growth, a journey from experience to higher perception among Iranian Muslim CPR survivors. Several studies have been conducted among cardiopulmonary resuscitation CPR survivors. The aim of the study was to illuminate the meaning of CPR survivors' lived experiences of growth in Southeast Iran. The interpreted comprehensive understanding conveyed a meaning that CPR survivors experience a growth seems to be like opening the doors of perception to the higher reality. The finding may assist other CPR survivors to learn from participants in this study. Exposure to suitable narratives under healthcare provider supervision could develop profound learning. Training sessions with an emphasis on meditation, education, and how to use connecting to God in the adaptation process may improve the quality of life of CPR survivors. Attachment to Australia, attachment to God, and quality of life outcomes among African Christian diasporas in New South Wales, a cross-sectional study. This study investigates whether place attachment, PA, in terms of attachment to Australia as a country is associated with KOL, and the extent to which this association is related to attachment to God, AG, among African Christian residents in NSW Australia. Results reveal that the main effects of PA bear a consistent positive association with QOL. A similar positive association was observed in the main effects of AG on QOL. There is not enough evidence to support the interaction between PA and AG on QOL, Thus, both PA and AG have an impact on QOL individually rather than collectively. Final considerations. God is the greater power of truth, final maximum reality. Spirituality as a personal search for understandable answers to existential questions about life, its meaning, and the relationship with the sacred or transcendent that may or may not lead to the development of religious rituals and the formation of a community. And the most important thing here that we can say is the balance. Put aside what is bad for us and seek with dedication what is good for us, and you can find your balance. Thank you very much for hearing me, and thank you for the patience. Because of the beginning, I had some problems here to start the presentation, but thank you very much.
Well, really thanks, Professor Beatriz, for your nice and strategical presentation. You show us some numbers, statistics that are extremely valuable. It is so interesting to realize that in the United States of America, we have a so large number of spirituality and spiritualism. It is in a sense very, very curious for other sides. And Brazil is the second situated in investigation in the area. So curious, also curious. Well, statistics show us that spiritualism around the world is very, very investigated. And it shows us, according to all presentations we are this morning, this afternoon, this evening here, all the period along this webinar, we are facing how people behave, their attitudes, and their beliefs around the world. That is what is, in one word, existence. It's so fine. And also, for the other side, the conclusion. We need a balance. It is a balance. Harmony. Once again, the situation, the good and the bad, the harmony. One join the other, one against the other. What makes the existence a better way to do. Thank you, Professor Beatriz.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Professor Beatriz, for your outstanding contribution and contribution for the making this program a successful one. So, is it possible to conduct a panel discussion because it is too late? But Dr. Arceloni, your views is required.
Well, it's possible. I used to have a presentation too, but it is okay. I discard my presentation.
You want to give your presentation?
No, it's possible not to do my presentation.
Okay, please go ahead with your presentation. Because
but Dr. Hagu wants to talk, no? Dr. Hagu wants to talk.
Dr. Raghu is here.
Yes.
Yeah, Dr. Raghu is already has presented. And okay, first of all, I would like to request Professor Arceloni to give your presentation. It will be valuable for all of us. The time limitations, please try to restrict for 10 to 15 minutes maximum. After that, we would like to, because in Thailand, it is almost about 10:30.
Yes, I know.
It is too late there. Because our honorable vice president is waiting.
If I could do not my presentation if it's a long time.
No. Please go ahead for 15 minutes. 15
Okay,
minutes, I think, sufficient for you.
In a brief way, so.
Yeah.
Inspired in the invitation to the seminar, to the webinar, I bring a beach here, near here, Joaquina Beach.
Okay.
Dr. Pankaj.
Yes.
Yes, so we are facing a period of our lives, we are facing what Gulliver faces in this fairy tale. We are dealing with problems, we are dealing with difficulties, and we are dealing with joy and happiness. So we have to change, and we have to organize, and we have to decide what we have to do. As we are animals of universities, as I used to say, university, the higher education is the period to us to have a space of our life, to organize our ideas, to be a better person. In a university, we are in a space that conclaims us to develop in a personal, in a professional way. We have to develop abilities and competences. We human beings are an apparatus of neuropsychobiology formation. And we have a relation, me with myself, with the other, and the metaphysics. And all of this together has to promote happiness. As I said in other opportunity, in this part of the world, we are facing a very strange problem. As Gulliver did, he did have to face the giant. We are facing stress, we are facing panic, we are facing all sorts of situations that make our young people, almost adult people, not to be happy, the felicity concept. And institutions as Harvard and in Brazil, Unicamp, very hard and very traditional institutions, are bringing a discipline to talk about that and to give the abilities and competences to develop that in our students. Today know how to make decisions and what they have to do with their lives, personal and professional lives. Since the ancient time, it is art. Since the man in the ancient time registered their own hand in a wall, or he realized the vision of the other, we are in this way. This is the first statue that the human being as art did. He realized that the other things, other stuffs. We live in a world that is full of beliefs, full of ways, full of ways to connect to the metaphysic. The Catholics, the Afro-descendants, the Indian people, the Asian people, or since the ancient man, the fire or the thunder, we are facing our connections to the world. In Brazil, our Cristo Redentor in Rio de Janeiro is very, very famous, and most of people coming to here to see and to take a photo there, and to have a nice view of the city, the Rio. This is statistics from religions in Brazil. we have in the 70 decade from 80. So Catholic in the 70s were 91% of the population. In 2010, 10 years ago, we don't have the statistics this year because of the pandemic situation. We are just 64%. Protestantism are growing. We have the evangelical religions here. No religious, agnostic people, 8%, Spiritism, 2%, and Afro-origins, 6%. But this have to be considered that in Brazil, nobody is pure religion. I am Catholic, but I am also Afro-descendant origin. We have a mix of a religion. It is very, very common. Despite all the offices, despite all the institutions has a crucifix in the rooms. And Jesus' faith. We are a faith people. In the Occident, we are faith. We have faith. And since the beginning, our kind, we grow the omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent presence of God, the Catholic God. We have to consider quickly that the crucifix could be good or could be bad. It could be a sacrifice or it could be redemption. As everybody has talked about that, I will be ahead, bringing one thing that faces position in the world, that we have passed. In the first moment, we were totally faced to profit or the capital. We think that the profit are the God, is the object of the life. We are here to work and profits. In a second moment, we face or we establish that the technology is what we consider more important. But as Zygmunt Bauman or postmodern posture theories, we are learning in the modern theories that the human talent, the mind, that is the real important thing. And just to finish, I did a historical interesting information about the South. As we are dealing with spirituality and religion, and we are drawing a mix, scientific dispositions, we are voted to South. South is in the Bible. I am the salt of the life. And in the Bible, we also find that the bad people, the people that not attend, determine a situation, turns to salt statue. In the baptism, it is done with salt. Philosophy, since Homero, salt is divine. Ancient people, Northeast Europe, the salts, 4 elements. One of them is salt. For alchemists, it is an element of transmutation. In Afro-religions, it is cleaning. In Afro-religions, or in one more, catalysm, it is the negative energy that salt is capable to catalyze. And it is capable also to in food, Dr. Dharma, for conservation and responsible for the flavor. In medicine, not so good. It is bad for arterial pressure. Quickly, yeah? So, the purpose of the science, or better, I don't believe in witches, pero que I witches believe, no, I try in Spanish, it's not that. I don't believe in witches, but for sure, they exist. I would like to thank you. I speak very, very quickly just to bring the idea of the South or other ideas present in the situation. Try to be hard time. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj.
Thank you, Professor Arceloni. It's in a very limited time you have given a wonderful ideas and wonderful views about the spirituality. My dear colleagues, Professor Arceloni is the chairperson of the international collaboration on behalf of the Unified West University, a very well-renowned academician in the Brazil, always ready to contribute and share the valuable thoughts. Last time we had a long discussion on spirituality and connected the themes related with the spirituality and the artificial intelligence. So this time I am cutting my own presentation because it is too late. And that's why once we are designing this program schedule, that moment I thought that it will take, it will be a longer and longer duration, hopefully because we are connecting from extreme east to extreme west under the different time zones. So our Malaysian colleague, I think Dr. Rajiv is not here. Dr. has already, that is Dr. Gina has already left. Dr. Sairum, because there is too late. Anyway, it's a very...
Dr. Pankaj,
yes,
maybe an idea. I talk about the book at the beginning of the webinar.
Yes.
And you have to do your presentation. Maybe we could book another meeting, a brief meeting. Yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Definitely.
And we invite same people is here, or some people are here, and we start with your presentation, your valuable presentation.
Sure,
is that possible? And we arrange about the book. We talk about the book.
Yes.
Yes.
We will do. Go ahead on that one. That the book and the presentation that we will take care. Don't worry about it. It is my responsibility. I will contribute. Don't worry about that. And today, I think it is too late. It is too late. So I would like to invite to say the vote of thanks on.
In some spaces tomorrow. It is today for us, tomorrow for them.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow I am out of station.
Yeah.
So
some
I will
people
not be
are
available.
Tomorrow.
So if you permit me, Professor Arceloni.
For sure.
Then I would like to ask the fellow colleague on behalf of FAI to say vote of thanks, and then I will request Professor B3 to say vote of thanks on behalf of the Brazil. So first I would like to ask Professor Dr. Yana Korn, is a Vice President of FAI, patiently waiting for this particular moment. So may I request Dr. Yana Kuhn say vote of thanks on behalf of FAI, and after that I will request Dr. B3 to come forward and Dr. Arceloni as well. Yes, Dr. Yana Kuhn.
Yes, good evening for the everyone. And then now I'm waiting for the presentation from Professor Arizoni Welpeto from Brazil. You know, it's my mind would like go to the Brazil. You know, when I see the movie, the Brazil is make me, you know, like hurry up for the looking for the new experience. And your topic, you talk about the happiness, grow and develop. How can develop to the make to the happiness? I like is your presentation. You say salt, the power of spirituality to a reading. The Bible says, "I am the soul of life." You see, is correct. Is all your life. You see, the soul, something in your body. You have a soul, and then the Bible said, right? And I want to say is.
Please unmute your mic, sir. Dr. Yana Kun, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. Again. Okay, I would like to say thank you for the Professor Alisorini Wall Pato for the good presentation. And in your presentation, you talk about the happiness, grow and develop. The develop, we can plan to my life. I mean, everybody can plan to the life. And you say, I like this, salt, the power of spirituality. The Bible said, "I am the salt of life." Oh, very nice for the Bible. And then the last one is you have the short time for the presentation, but today you can conclude is all for present. I want to say thank you. Hopefully the next time I can visit in the Brazil, and then thank you all for joining you to the organize in international academic conference, and hopefully is all organized can come to the Thailand for visit and make the next conference the next time. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Yanakun. Thanks. Thanks for your kind words. So now I invite Dr. Beatrice. Dr. Beatrice.
Hi.
Yeah, please. Your final words are required so that we may conclude this session. To say a vote of thanks to each and everyone. Dr. Beatrice.
Dr. Pankaj.
Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity I had today, because you trusted me in May to do this webinars, even knowing that I have some difficulties, but thank you very much. I just have to thank you a lot, okay?
Thanks, Dr. Beatrice. Dr. Arsulani would like to give some concluding remarks about this event.
Yes, one more. I would like to thank you the opportunity we have together during this webinar. I would like the FAI. I would like to FAI, and I would like to the University of Bonn Hatchatani Business, in the person of Dr. Hangyasamy Badbandao, and also Dr. Sarong and Dr. Kantas. I would like the Professor Pankaj, especially you. We are working together, we have meetings, and we are in straight connection all this time. It is really a super and important work. And I would like to thank you, Dr. I am looking here the name of the president of the, here, Bishit. I would like Professor B.S. Bishit, the president of FAI, in the inaugural speech and all the event. This connection we had between these three institutions are very, very nice and along, but everything is here and everything persists because of the themes, the quality of the speakers, all that is involved in the event It was really great. I would thank everyone here, the organizers, the secretary, the institutions, the speakers, and the audience. Everybody is a hero in any sense because we are more than 4 hours here working and talking. It is really nice. And I also would like to thank you. Everything, not repeating, the opportunity that Unifinvest has to join this work. In the name of my rector, Professor Giovanni Breri, thank you.
Thanks to Professor Arceloni. Thanks for your kind words. Anyone who is interested to say a few words about this program? Dr. Wilson?
Yes.
Would you like to
Yes,
say?
sir. Yes, yes. It is really very interesting. It explains the art of living life, understand the nature of Mother Earth, and also so many eminent persons explain so many civilizations begins with a river, and then everyone should love the nature. It's nothing but God. So the participants, I think, on behalf of the participants, I can say that the Lord, the God, actually is mainly depends upon the nature. So it's very useful to us. It's very nice. So I appreciate the organizers to give more and more topic related to the spirituality. So it's very useful to us. Thank you very much for the organizers. Thank you, one and all. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thanks, Professor
Dr.
Wilson.
Pankaj, one thing more.
Yes.
Hurry is not a good thing. Yes,
yes.
I have to thank you, Dr. Beatriz.
Yes.
Yes, I didn't mention her, and it's impossible finish this, don't mention her. Beatriz.
Thank you very much, Marcelino.
Yes, I would ask your permission to change to Portuguese. Beatriz, muito obrigada por tudo que tu estás fazendo, pela tua contribuição. Tu és a pessoa que é o umbigo, a semente, a geração desse processo todo. Muito obrigada.
Obrigada a você, Arceloni, ó. Super beijo. Obrigado por tudo, você sabe.
I would have to say thank you to Beatriz. Beatriz was the start of the whole process. We are here today because of Beatriz. She did the connections, she did it in the beginning. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Beatriz. Thanks each and everyone who patiently heard the entire program. Last time, Dr. Maria, Professor Maria, thanks each and everyone. So it is good night to all 5 fellow colleagues in Thailand, in India.
Thank you.
And good afternoon to my Brazilian colleagues. Thanks everyone. Thanks. So we'll meet in the next program whenever we will assemble for the next any schedule that we will design.
Okay.
As per the executive
Okay,
council
very good
meet.
program. Very good program. Congratulations.
Thanks to all the participants, all the professors, all the speakers, all the fellow council members. Each and everyone's contribution is marvelous, and that make this program is a wonderful program. I think it is the first program that we have that has been organized in the history of webinar, connecting from the extreme east, from Philippines to Brazil. Each and everyone sitting together under the different time zone, sharing the valuable opinions about the spirituality and the business perpetuity. Thanks each and everyone.
Special thanks to you, sir. 1 minute. My special thanks to
Raghu Raman sir, where are you, sir?
No, I'm here only. My special thanks to Dr. Pankaj, who has given excellent coordination, and it's not so easy. It's a Herculean task. He made the program a grand success with the cooperation of all the team members, all the professors from various countries assembled here. and make the function a grand success. So thank you very much for all the people. Thank you once again.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thanks,
sir.
Dr.
Greetings to you.
Thanks for your kind word. Thanks.
Greetings to you from
Okay,
Pankaj
okay.
also, sir. Greetings to you. Greetings to you.
Thanks each and
Good
everyone.
night. Good night. Bye.
So we are going to close this meeting. Thanks each and everyone. Thanks.
Beatriz, só um pouquinho. Espera mais um pouquinho.
Stephen, hi. Sorry. I was busy in another.
Okay. Greetings to all of you.
वो कुछ करेगा और क्या?
Good luck, all of you.